Christmas. Hey, Sleepy BB was the first. With the first comment of the night goes to Live on a Tuesday. You know it. Wait. Yeah. Tuesday. Yeah, that's kind of normal, I think. It's like the night before videos. I'm always afraid I'm going to get my, what would I say to Joel Byron right now? Who's Joel Byron? I don't know who that is. Just tweet this out. If you guys could tweet this out, that'd be dope too. Okay, got that tweeted out. Guys, thanks for being here, chilling with me. It's kind of cool. I mean, like when I start a stream, usually it's like instantaneously my Twitter fingers turned into chicken fingers pretty dang quick. Sorry. Now I can look at chat. Just all the back end stuff, you know? Things trying to climb into my back end. What the hell? Your friendly internet grandma with the 7 Canadian sopping wet maple syrup, doll hairs, sticky icky icky. Here's your Christmas cookies, Papa Joel. Thank you, Grandma. Thanks, Grandma. You love me. I love you too. Do I have any kids? I do not have any kids, no. Just my cat. He's over there. Chilling, sprawled out right now. Hey, kings and queens. Kangs and queefs. Just did Christmas shopping, needed this. Oh yeah. Was it stressful? I do that to myself every year. I leave it like way too... You know, honestly, I wish like families... I'm gonna do another Twitter clap. Normalize... No, it's annoying. Normalize getting presents for people after Christmas. So you can get them for maybe cheaper? I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe you can get candy cheap or wrapping paper cheap. Just give everybody wrapping paper, but nothing inside. Cashy P with the big 28. A lot of Canadians here, huh? Oh, yeah, for sure. With the big 28. Says, I'm loving your new sleep schedule. Thanks, Dad. Yes, I'm also trying to climb in your back end. Lots of space. Lots of space. Lots of trunk space in this Cadillac. How tall am I? Have you ever seen Yao Ming? Or heard of the infamous folklore creature known as Bigfoot? I'm tall enough to pull their pants down real fast. Hey, there's Lils. I haven't seen Lils in forever. How are you, Lils? Where's the extra thick? You're looking at them right here. You do it in Canada. It's called Boxing Day. I feel like that's such a stupid name. No, I mean, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal, and I won't hold it against you. But who the fuck thought of that? Is that like specifically designed by Amazon? Alright guys, we're gonna box this up now. Like when I hear Boxing Day, I just imagine you guys don't even wrap it. You just hand each other like stuff made of like it's tree bark or something, or just like cardboard boxes. And just say, hey, make a home out of it. It's gonna be cold this winter. Which is all the time. You and your boyfriend listen to me every night? Nice. Well, hello to all the couples out there. If you could kindly not take any cute pictures of yourself and post them online, that would be great. Because I'm sick and tired of feeling jealous. My night's going good. I feel pretty good. Yeah, new sleep schedule. Got on that workout routine. Feeling good about it so far. Still, it's only like day 3, new diet situation. Feeling good about that. Surprisingly, even though it's like sort of keto based, there's still a lot of like, I guess because it's bodybuilding oriented, there's still a decent amount of carbs involved, you know what I mean? They're like relaxed carbs, I guess you could say. Like breakfast today was a bunch of eggs, and then it was like gluten-free bread with, and it was actually pretty good if you haven't tried this. Like, I mean, this specific one was gluten-free bread, like a slice with coconut butter and cinnamon put on it, and it, you know, has that taste of like Cinnamon Toast Crunch, which I'll take that, you know what I mean? And you don't even have to, it's so weird. There's so many foods that just contain so much unnecessary stuff, but I mean, we all know that, but it's just weird because you eat it because it's quick. But like, I mean, something like blackberries and raspberries, like those are so good, like so fucking good. And it's like, and they're like super low sugar content, which is nice. I don't know. I did unfortunately drink a Bang energy drink today earlier. I don't know. Sometimes I'm just like, I'm on the go and you just like, you're like, fuck, man. Maybe it's an addiction, but I don't know. Just like, if I didn't feel anxiety when I'm drinking caffeine, I almost just feel like it's like not working. You know what I mean? Like I just want to feel fucking honed the fuck in. I have Queefmas music. This is a playlist. Chill Hop Essentials Winter 2018 Lo-Fi Hip Hop and Chill Beats from the channel Chill Hop Music. The good people over there. And my dessert? I guess there's not a lot of dessert involved in the whole process. It's more just like finding enjoyment in the simple things. What's like last night there was some cottage cheese involved, and just for the hell of it I dumped some stevia on, which stevia is like a sugar substitute that doesn't really affect your insulin. Do I like corn? Yeah, I used to love corn when I was younger a lot more. I mean, I listen to them here and there when I get that nostalgic feeling. Drink your coffee black, no sugar, creamer. It'll grow your hair on your chest. I do. I drink it black. Or I have. I have no problem with it black. Yes, I am the dessert. A mouse chewed through our dryer cable and electrocuted itself into a burnt crisp. Shit, did you lose your, is your dryer out? Oh yeah, thank you, Fry, for reminding me. Anybody who's a member, those paranormal stories we did are now up on the members only playlist. If you guys get bored and need some extra content, that's like 10 solid ass stories, nice and edited for you. It's also over on Patreon for the $5 tier. You got pediatric final tomorrow? You got it. Well, actually, maybe you should go study for that, because I would hate to I know what it's like going through that shit. And unless I can help you study, maybe. Some people say my voice helps them study. I don't really know how. I feel like listening to words for me is distractionary, you know? It's like my mind is words, right? And thinking is words. So like if I hear other words, all the words jumble together and I get confuzzled. How do I eat my steak? What temperature? I like medium rare, you know? I think medium rare is the way to go with steak, and anybody who goes any too bloody, it's like chewy and not very tasty and not very warm. If you go, you know, too burnt, you know, it's well done or some shit. It just, I don't even know. It's still chewy and it's gross and there's no flavor, you know. The flavor comes when the blood mixes with the fat. And obviously you can, I think marinating is just the way to go. Also, one of the best ways I found online to make steak, aside from grilling it, which is a lot of people do that, but just broiling it. Do a broil, super fast, high heat. I think it's like in the 500s as far as heat goes. Broil that shit both sides for like something like 8 minutes or something, maybe less, maybe like 4 on each. I forget. You have to look it up, but goddamn, that was some good ass steak. Senpai, you help me study, dude. It helps my subconscious focus on one thing instead of random sound. Okay. Okay, I see what you mean. It's sort of like whenever people are sleeping and their brain sort of, you know, is taking them all over the place, and like the voice like a voice or something helps them just focus on that and like drift off. If you order the raw steak possible blue, really? A good chef will make it juicy and easy to eat and tastes really good and healthy. Really? You can say blue? I didn't even know that was even an option. I want to like say that to a waitress and be like, wait, what did you say? Blue? I don't know. I'll have to ask Jeremy in the back what that means. And they're like, my chat told me what it is. And now I'm a connoisseur. Haters with the 2 says, is there something interfering with your happiness? That, like, honestly, it's weird, though. Like, you writing that out and me reading it, like, fucking... I was ready to read. I was just like, that was built into my subconscious to just read that whole fucking thing. Is there something interfering with your happiness? Or, making you horny? Well, that's where Let's Read comes in. Here on Let's Read, we read scary shit to make your mouth water. And we make all your steaks blue. Drive your girl to work. Well, be safe. Keep your seatbelts buckled at all times. Use your turn signal. Be sure to parallel park if necessary. Look both ways when crossing the street. I'ma get dirty on this badass beat. Let me tell you about what I know when crossing the road. Goddamn, I can't rap for shit, but God, I can spit. Hey, Hitsubasa with the 2 says, hear me out. Slow cooking a steak in the air fryer. Hey, I'm open to all of it. I mean, yeah, like, I don't know. I'm a big advocate now on the Instant Pot because it's just like, imagine a microwave, but it actually makes your food amazing and delectable. Motivate you get your driver's license. How about whenever you want to go someplace, you don't have to ask anybody else to take you there? Oh, fuck. Moderator. Don't... Why would you... What the fuck, mod? You silly gooses. Don't miss the Gemini's meteor shower tonight. Oh, where do you see that? Where is that most visible? In Zeus's frontal cortex of the night sky. In Zeus's pubic nether. Cash money. Wait, oh shit. Sir Midnight says, with the 5, Sir Midnight's World of Horror. World of Horror. Says, hey fam, hope you're doing well. Narrator getting over COVID here. Can't wait to hear some chilling stories and hope you have a wonderful holiday. Thank you, friend. I hope you're getting over COVID. Hope you're getting lots of sleep, staying hydrated. Get that vitamin C on you, in you. Maybe even get out for a nice little walk in the sun if you can. My one cousin got hit by COVID pretty hard. I haven't gotten to hear updates on that, but he was on the struggle bus for a while there. Hope he's doing okay. You hear my voice about 10 hours a day, asleep or awake. Batty Joel. Yeah. Yeah, you made it for the beginning of the stream. We got 4 minutes before we kick this off. Oh yeah, so tonight's Christmas stories. We got 10 of those. These are all new and improved. Pretty stoked about that. Pierce with the 5. Joel, do you still have the Let's Read Police video? Really helped me through tough times remembering why I do the job. Shoot, I don't even remember. I don't know. I imagine so. I remember reading some law enforcement stories, but I'll have to look into that. If not, you'll have to submit some of your own I can read. Why would someone with COVID go on a walk? Well, I mean, there's varying degrees of ailment of your experience with COVID. If it's very severe and you're hospitalized, obviously, you wouldn't go on a walk. But sometimes their symptoms are, mild, and, vitamin D from the sun is very useful for your immune system. Do I read chat? I do read chat. So that's 4 minutes of Pradeep loves, yes. Where's he at? Oh, he's still over there, collecting the heat from the heater. Oh, you have a new scary story. Christmas scary story where your new house was robbed. Your mom caught them in the act and your mom shot at them. Holy shit. It's a little scary. Depending on your state, I feel like you gotta be careful, because in a non-self-defense situation, that could get very, very, very tricky. Vitamin D's nuts in your mouth. True. I'm a great streamer. Thank you. I try my best. He sent a true scary childhood story. It's a doozy. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you guys got a story, as always, submit it to the subreddit, reddit.com/r/letsreadofficial, or send it over email, which a lot of people prefer to do, since it's not, I guess, as out there in the public, or you want to keep it anonymous or something, at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. Carly, what is up? How art thou? I saw some of you guys. Judith, I think I saw you caught the bonus content. Hope that was up to snuff. Who plays Genshit? I love that. I love how, like, when a new game comes out, like, eventually people become so addicted to it, but they, like, hate it, so they think of I don't know, they just think of, like, a name for it to, like, put it down. Like Overwatch, Rage Watch, Overshit, Genshit Impact, Genshit Impaction. One of my older videos came up, you were listening to this video, I sound so different. Yeah, it's definitely been I don't know if you guys have noticed, it's definitely been a degree of evolution, I would say, from the voice, from the very start. You almost tripped over a heater to be scared to death with my cat in a box behind our front door. Yeah, those things can get steamy. 272 people watching and only 99 likes. I'm not good at math, but that doesn't add up. Yeah, come on, guys. Let's fucking smizash that like button. I was watching like a I don't even know. It was like such a what he said, rather. I was watching a Mr. Balin video, and he said something about, like, take that like button in your car with you and invite it in. I don't know. It was such an abstract, like, concept, and it was like, and replace its water with hot dog water. I don't know. I guess it's just so you remember to do it. Hannah, what's good? 15 seconds left. Rip. Make that 0 seconds. Up. Stream's over. See you guys. Thanks for the 20 minutes. JK. Haters with the 2 says, that's friends without the R. Best fiends. Do you utilize any of those services? Hopefully, after hearing it 2,000 times, you're tantalized to give it a whirl. Also, I have exciting news, and so far it seems to be going to be okay to actually occur. But yeah, it made me think of Limp Bizkit too. That's funny. But the podcast will actually, for 2022, will be switching over to weekly releases. So I don't know how about y'all feel about that. Also, if you follow the podcast either on Spotify or wherever, I think Apple does it primarily, but if you guys could leave a good review for that would be super awesome. I think I remember looking at the Apple ones and I thought I had like a couple hundred like positive reviews, but then it like switched to like 29. So I don't know where or why it decreased or what, but I think it really helps. So please be sure to leave a nice review over there. That would be fantastic. Get a late happy birthday to you. A little belated action. Weekly, baby. Yeah, because as you know, the podcast, not this one. This one's still YouTube. Sorry, let me clarify. Just to be absolutely 100% crystal clear. YouTube will always be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, as far as I know. Trying my best to keep that consistent. The podcast for a while was bi-weekly. So it was like every other week, you know what I mean? And now it'll be every Tuesday at noon EST will be the release of the podcast. I don't know, does that sound like a good time for release, noon on a Tuesday? You guys like at lunch break or something like that and just you're like, damn. Oh, perfect timing, Swamp Dweller. How are you? What time do you release your podcast, Swamp Dweller? Do you do it at nighttime or do you do it midday? What's the sitch? What's the sitch on the bitch? Not you, but the abstract concept of the situation at hand. And how are you? What's slapping? What's Slizzy slapping? Your podcast is okay, 1:30 p.m. Okay, so that's, I guess you release almost everything on your YouTube channel, also the podcast, which that's very frequently, which is really solid. YouTube is midnight. Okay. Yeah, I guess everybody's heading to bed around that time. Do you think me releasing around 7 p.m. is kind of like a bad idea on YouTube, or because I did notice people are more active both then, but also like towards midnight as well, like equal amounts of active as far as demographic stuff goes. Don't ever change schedule. I just got used to it. I'm not even fully yet. Oh yeah, also guys, go sub to Mr. Swamp Dweller. If you haven't, he puts out content like mad crazy, bro. Look in your analytics and it'll show you when your viewers are most active. Yeah, that's what I've kind of like, just said it so many times, like 7 p.m. EST, that I feel like if I were to change it, people are like, what the fuck, bro? 800K, almost 9. Yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there. A little uptick in subscribers recently, so that's nice to see, as always. You listen to every single one of your Apple podcasts while at work, man. You're welcome. Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, I think, I just got to pump out more. Weekly seems to be the beastly. All right, my friends. Let's switch over to the spooky reading town. and we will read some Christmas cheer. You just made pasta? What kind of pasta? Are you getting swole still, Swampy? Swampo? You lifting them weighty weights and throwing around them poundy pounds? Yeah, wait, what's going to happen whenever I get to 1 million subs? Everybody always says Let's Read deserves 1 million subs. Don't I deserve more than that? We need to get Swamp Dweller to 1 trillion subs. 1 drillion. 1 gaznillion. David De La Rosa with a 2 says, hi Joel, you made my Tuesday, bro. Well, welcome, my friend. How are you? Good to see you as always. Get to 1 mil before the summer. I think... Let's see. I think you can actually... I'm going to go to Social Blade. Social Blade shows like anticipated growth, right? Like projected growth. Let's see. Monthly, is there like there used to be predictions, I thought. See full monthly statistics. Wait. Oh yeah, future projections. There it is. Pradeep, chill, bro. Chill. Okay. So, well, yeah, 10 months? When's 10 months? Next Halloween, I think we'll be at 1 million subs. That's kind of good timing. What do you guys think about that? Next Halloween, 1 million subs. That'll be big. Kind of perfect, timing there. That's the projection, but we shall see. We shall see. Hopefully everything is steady as she goes. Or better. Colin with the 5 says, phone is about to die, but my cat is asleep in my lap, so I can't move anyone near Portland and can drive to my house and grab my charger for me. Just like bust open the door with like a ski mask on, or like, here you go. You're like screaming. Ah! Another wonderful night in the ED, in the erectile dysfunction unit. I hope you guys have said that joke more than once. Dude, Mexican stories, my dad has so many that have. Yeah, I don't. There's there's a search feature on YouTube. You can look through the channel, specifically within the channel, not just the normal one. But if you type in Mexico, I actually did some Mexico stories pretty recently. Hannah with the 2 says, for Pradeep, my last $2, do a drunk stream at 1 million. That's a good point. We'll do the birthday and then the drunk stream. That was your last $2? What the hell, Hannah? You spent it all on weed, man. Weed. JK. Terry in Jacob's World with the 5 says, hi, Joel. Terry's husband here. I love your animations on Mort. You're the best. Hey, thanks. Yeah, Mort really bangs those out. And I think that's been helping subs lately, too, because Mort was kind of like using, it's more, I think he does Mort and does Martin animations, if you're familiar with those. The channels do very well, but I noticed that at one point he had sort of, obviously asked permission to use my narrations, and I was like, of course, promotion. But then as time went on, it was like he was banging out videos like the full length of my videos, for his, and I was like, well, that doesn't really incentivize people to come over to my channel, so I asked him to kind of cut that in half, and then at the end, I do a little promo saying to head over to my channel after these to listen to the rest, so hopefully that is helping people to come over here and kind of hear the stories as soon as they come out and the additional ones. But please do South African stories. I've sent you one over a year ago. Oh, okay. Was that over email, or was that Le Reddit? I definitely want to. There's some crazy shiz going on out there all the time. All right, my friend. Well, first, Rupert Patterson with the 449. Is that pounds or euros? Man, I can't. How do I not know this by now? Been listening to you all day. I tried narrating, and man, it's harder than it seems. Loving the backlog, though. It's great to have such a choice and write. Yeah, I'm glad you do. That's kind of the thought, is like, as time goes on, it just continues to build. Anna, welcome. It's good to see you back. Over email. All right, cool. Cool. Jabool. Can I sell shirts that say Swoley Jolie, or is that hate speech? That is hate speech, so your channel is actually getting taken down. Hold on, let me just send an email. Okay, yeah, it should be down now, so. You're banned. Just kidding. You can sell that. I think that would be cool. Swoley Jolie, and it's got a picture of Pradeep. Oh no, we have to be careful about that, because then it gets into the realm of furries and furry art, which is a very lucrative business, by the way. He's just perched on the chair behind me. But Pradeep is, yeah, he's fantastic. He's just honed in right now. Alright, friends. I'm going to zoom in from 100% to 110%. Because, you know, I'm 31. My eyes are going to shit. I am kind of worried about that a little bit, because my mom's eyes, I don't know when they started going, like, you know, where she needed glasses for everything. But I'm not looking forward to that day, because I like seeing. Seeing was fucking sick. Especially when you have laser vision and x-ray vision. Christmas Eve with my 6-year-old son was one of the most memorable nights of my entire life. Sure, we'd had a bunch of Christmases before that, but being a 6-year-old marked the first time that he really started to understand the whole Santa thing. He became completely fascinated with the idea that this fat dude could just, like, shapeshift down the chimney, not to mention how he could visit every single child on the planet over the course of one night. He started begging me and his mom to take him to Santa's grotto, so he could... What the fuck? Dude, I swear, when I'm streaming, like, Pradeep, like, purposefully makes as much noise as possible. Now he's just cleansing himself as his claws dig into the chair. Joanna with the 2. Thank you, Joanna. Thank you. No, I know 31's not old. But I gotta start figuring it out now. Gotta figure it out now, otherwise, when I'm 40, I could be shitting my pants wearing diapers. If Joel invites me to a 1 million special, I will be there. I would travel far and wide for Swoley Jolie. Dude, you're gonna be coming down here, we'll do a personal workout together. Where I just squeeze your muscles until they pop. Sorry. He became oh yeah. Not to mention how he could visit every single child on the planet over the course of one night. He started begging me and his mom to take him to Santa's grotto so he could meet the man himself. And when it came to leaving out cookies and milk, he insisted on leaving out an entire package of Pepperidge Farm, believing the more cookies we gave Santa, the better his presents would be. It was absolutely adorable, and it totally rekindled any of my festive spirit, and his mom had Letty Ramos with the 2. Thanks for reading. You're welcome, Letty. Thanks for always being here in the 2. Thank you. Well, Swamp's lucky because he works out down in the bayou, in the Everglades, and he gets just limitless gator bites, which is, as we all know, gator has way more pure protein than really. Oh my god, dude, they should make gator protein powder. You should sell that. That's the next fucking thing. Chips and fucking gator protein, or originating from gator meat. Holy fuck, dude. I don't know how it's gonna taste or how you're gonna, like, grind down gator skin into powder, but I believe in you. It was absolutely adorable, and it totally rekindled any of the festive spirit me and his mom had lost over the years. So, on Christmas Eve, we leave out the whole bag of cookies, top up Santa's glass of milk, and then I take him upstairs to bed. He's way excited about the possibility of Santa arriving, which poses something of a problem for me and his mom. If he was still awake when we started putting presents under the tree, he might come downstairs, see us eating the cookies and arranging all the boxes, then his festive fantasy would be totally ruined in my mind. We agreed that was totally unacceptable, so we waited until like 1 a.m. when he was completely out for the count, before we dressed the scene like Santa had visited even including a little note thanking our son for all the cookies, saying he was the most generous little boy he'd ever had the pleasure of delivering to. He was so stoked to see us where we were. Shit. Oh, chips covered in gator protein, there it is. Or just literally like take scales off of a gator and put that in the chip bag. Oh, gator jerky. Bro, you gotta do it. There's so many gators that just dry up in the sun sometimes. You just gotta go collect them. We were so stoked to see his reaction in the morning, so much so that even we had trouble sleeping that night. But just like our son, the adrenaline subsided eventually and we both drifted off to sleep. The next thing I remember, my son is standing by my bed, shaking me awake and whispering, "Dad, wake up, wake up." I can see the little glow in the dark hands of the clock on my bedside table and they're telling me it's just before 5 a.m. So as much as it was obscenely early in my mind, I knew I had to get up if I wanted to see his face when he opened his presents. All this is going through my head, and I'm just about getting ready to slip out from under the warmth of the covers when my son says, Dad, Santa's downstairs." My first move is to look over to my wife's side of the bed, but instead of being downstairs like I thought she might be, she's lying there asleep next to me. I'm instantly struck by this uh-oh moment, thinking that if my son had just heard someone downstairs, like actually heard someone, it obviously sure wasn't Santa Claus. I remember telling my son to wait where he was as I crept towards the doorway, listening out for any sounds coming from downstairs. Believe it or not, it wasn't just his imagination. He was right. I could hear someone downstairs. By this time, his mom had woken up and she's asking what time it is, but all it took was one look from me as I reached for the little lockbox I kept my gun in, and she just knew something was wrong. She was just amazing about the whole thing, though. Just totally affirmed why I wanted to have kids with her in the first place. Man, I really want to fucking procreate with you. Joel's voice is killer, thank you. It kills. It actually does kill. My voice makes your mood uplift. That's cool. I don't know why. Why does that happen? Is it magic? Am I magic? Oh, yeah. Dun 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 dun. Okay. I was surprised this guy was just like instant like, it's not my son's. Well, maybe he did and didn't write that, but I figured he'd be like, this is just your imagination, fella. Instead, he was like, where, son? I'll kill Santa right now. Imagine being the kid and you're just like, Santa's downstairs. And you're like, all right, son, let me get the shotgun. She was just amazing about the whole thing, too. Just totally affirmed why I wanted to have kids with her in the first place. Dude, my voice cracked on the last goddamn cocksucking fuck. Sorry. It sounds like weed, but it's not. It's my gargle technique. How long do my live streams last? They last. Oh wow, we're at 400 people. Welcome. They last all night long. No, they last like 4 hours maybe. 4 is like kind of long. 3 is the schmoosual. Oh yeah, Ashley. Yeah, everybody go follow me on. I forgot about that. Well, not that I forgot about it, but I forgot to mention it. TikTok. I'm on TikTok now. How exciting is that? I'm dancing. I'm doing trends. Have you guys heard of these trends before? These hashtaggles? I forget what it is. She was just amazing about the whole thing, too. Just totally affirmed why I wanted to have children with her in the first place. She just started, come to mama. Come get a Christmas cuddle. And all this other stuff just completely distracting our son, despite him insisting he wanted to go meet Santa. I closed the door behind me, crept towards the staircase, then felt my heart pounding as I started to descend. As soon as I saw the two people crouched down by our tree, I raised my pistol and just growled, "Get out of my house!" As soon as they heard me, they just bolted back out the window they'd pried open to get the presents under our tree. I thank God they didn't put up any resistance, that they didn't even say anything before they just disappeared out the window. I know of many other confrontations like that where the homeowner has come off worse. The silhouette challenge? What's that? Oh, the one where it's like red or whatever. Ooh, or they play that, was it Doja Cat? Deja Cat? DiGiorno's Pizza Cat? It's not delivery. It's Doja Pizza. I don't know. There ain't no way I'm dancing on TikTok. Hey, don't put me in a box, all right? Now, granted, well, the thing is like I'm reading stories, but I'm actually dancing the whole time. So you're going to TikTok, you won't see me dancing, but just know that I was dancing in the background. It's mainly, that's just like my cadence, like you guys know what crumping is? Pretty much every TikTok video is just a bit of a crump. Just a bit of a crump. Just a slight crump. Fuck, and where was I? Did this guy blast these? Was this Santa's elves? As soon as they heard me, they just, oh yeah. I thank God they didn't put up any resistance, that they didn't even say anything before they just jumped out the window. I know of many other confrontations like that where the homeowner came out way worse, and I thank God every single day that didn't end up. And I thank God every single day that I didn't end up as one of them. To me and my partner, it was nothing short of a miracle that the only casualty of that morning was our son's hurt feelings. He was furious that he hadn't let... Wait, what the fuck? He was furious that he hadn't let him... Oh, I hadn't let... Mackenzie Fuller with the 2. There's like a little...
Hey, listen.
Some sort of emoji box. I have to like... Oh, it says unboxing. That's funny. Why is that even a emoji thing? But it's funny. But thank you. Unboxing Day. Oh, they should call it Unboxing Day in Canada. That would be way better. That makes like way more sense. And you could do it on YouTube and stuff. Did the guy tell the elves he wanted to procreate with him? I think so. I think he came down with a pistol and he's like, "Let's fuck. Let's fucking do this thing. Pull your pants down. Are you feeling lucky, chumps? 'Cause I'm erect." This ain't a pistol in my pants. Okay. He was furious. Oh, yeah. He was furious that I hadn't let him meet Santa Claus. And no matter how much we tried to explain that Santa was busy and that he couldn't stop to talk, our son cried and cried, all up until we showed him the special note that Santa wrote for him. And that really did the trick, especially once I improvised the idea that Santa had written the note because he was so grateful, even though he was super busy. Now, me and my partner are still wondering how we're going to tell him about that one. Now, me and my partner are still wondering how we're going to tell him about that once he's older. We know it'll be something we'll be able to smile about. I mean, no one got hurt, thank God, and I know it'll be funny to see his reaction to the truth, but in that moment, it was just about one of the most terrifying occurrences of my entire life. That was a super good, gross old man voice. Yeah, it's kind of like Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood, go ahead, make my day. You guys remember that shit? Dude, Clint Eastwood was a bit of a bad cop. Was not a good example for police back in the heyday where you could just apparently everyone just had a 45 in their pocket ready to rock. Just open and fire, ask questions later. Maybe that's what they use for training videos, is just Dirty Harry movies. Happy holidays, and for those who haven't had a good week, hoping we'll get better. Much love to you. Thanks, Pizza the Hut. Oh my god. I feel like I used to have like a nickname like that, or not a nickname, but like a username like that at one point. Pizza the Hut. That movie. I haven't seen Spaceball. I haven't seen Spaceballs in forever. Gran Torino, yeah. I haven't watched. I don't know. Wasn't there like a movie called like The Mule or something like that? Was that any good? Ghost with the 40 super exemplary cash. I'm not sure. SEK. Oh, that's the Kroners, the Swedish Kroners, right? From Sweden. Wait, is it Sweden? There's actually a girl at the gym who was from Norway, and I wanted to tell Robin about that. She asked me where Robin was from, and I totally forgot. So I was very embarrassed. All I told her was that Robin says helvete a lot, and she was like, "Huh, swear words." I was like, "Yeah, he says swear words." Haters with the 2. What's the most sus thing you've seen in public? Huh. In public. In public. In public? I guess just the imposter. They're everywhere. They're among us. Fuck, I don't even know. What about you guys? What have you got? What's the most sus? What's sus mean? Sus means like succubus? Or is it short for succubus? Or succulent? Or no, it's sustainable energies? In that case, I guess maybe a nuclear silo. At 82, holy shit. 92. he probably wrote that fucking script himself, I assume. That's funny. Candace with the 10 says, cracking the jokes. I do be trying. Thank you for the 10, Candace. Thank you. Suspicious. Suspect. What is it, guys? Succubi. See, that's what I think. Sarsaparilla. That's what I was saying. I thought it was sarsaparilla. Amogus. It's not sustainable energies, though. That's what I thought the whole thing was, that the ships that the Amogus aliens were on ran on nuclear energy. And then I was like, oh, the imposter is sustainable energy. I don't know, maybe they used him as energy. Like, I was just assumed they threw him in a furnace and used them as energy or something, because they were all like nuclear mutated beings or something. Maddie Bennett with the 10. Wrecked. Get wrecked. You know what's funny is there's like these emojis that you guys use, or like these animations, and I see on other streamers that do YouTube, I never see them pop up on theirs. Thank you for the 10, Maddie, and thank you, Marco, for the 5. Keep it up. Keep it up. Sussy Bussy. Oh yeah, I thought sus was just short for Sussy Baka. Both are synonymous. Suspect and suspicious equals sus. I have 3 teens. They use that all the time at Joel. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that. We got it written down. But make sure you ask them next time if it has anything to do with sustainable energy. I think they'll really appreciate that new approach. And if they say otherwise, you have the power to kick them out of your house. So that's kind of sweet. When I was 7 years old, my parents offered me a very unusual Christmas present. We were moving into a new house across the country right around the holidays, and I remember my parents sitting me down and basically asking, if you could choose any other name in the world to call yourself, what would it be? I thought about it for a second, then decided that the coolest first name I'd ever heard was Dexter. No, not because of the fictional serial killer, more because of the old Cartoon Network show called Dexter's Lab, which centered around the coolest kid scientist in the history of TV. Mom and Dad asked me to really think about it, because I was going to have to use my new name forever and ever. But my heart was set on Dexter's, so that was that. From then on, my parents referred to me only as Dexter, and not by my old name, which was Anthony. It made for an easy transition, and since we were in a new place, people didn't know us by anything else, and it just so happened that our family had a second name too. That would have all been much harder back in Providence, but I was still kind of curious as to why we'd moved and changed our names. It's like a Christmas present to ourselves, my mom said. New beginnings can be a gift. And I suppose she was right. I was much happier in our new home, and soon the weirdest Christmas. What's that one meme where it's like, Christmas is in a week? Can you believe it? Christmas is in a week. It's in a week, everybody. It's a week till Christmas. Mackenzie Fooler with the 2 says, please say my name in your Let's Read voice. Sorry about that. I hope that didn't... Is that how you pronounce it? I hope I pronounced it right. Mary Chrysler. And I suppose she was right. I was much happier in our new home, and soon... And I suppose she was right. I was much happier in our new home, and soon the weirdest Christmas ever was just a speck in the rearview mirror, so to speak. It had all started in such a weird way, too, something I didn't understand at all until many years later. I remember getting off the school bus and walking the short distance back to my house, when all of a sudden, I heard a voice calling out to me from a parked car. They were like, hey kid, you're Tommy, right? Oh, fuck. That's not right. Dexter's Lemurmatory is so funny. Yeah, that was a good show. I love that show. You get a sweet tooth for thin Oreos. I like them thick. I like them chunky. It all started in such a weird... Oh, fuck. Haters with the burning PP is the worst. Yeah, don't get that. Fucking shit. It all started in such a weird way, too. Something I didn't understand at all until many years later. I remember getting off the school bus and walking the short distance back to my house when, all of a sudden, I heard a voice calling out to me from a parked car. They were like, Hey kid, you're Tommy's kid, right? I just nodded. My dad had a lot of friends who all drove fancy cars, so I figured this was another one of his buddies. What? You don't recognize me now? The guy asked me. It's me, your Uncle Johnny. I was at your communion. I just started. God damn it. I just stared at him nervously, wanting to get inside to get warm, but knowing it would be rude to just walk away. Okay, you're still young, but look, I need you to do me a little favor. The guy continued. I got a Christmas present for your pops here. Make sure he gets it. The guy then produced what looked like a shoebox. Pretty expensive looking thing, too. I remember wanting to open it to see what was inside, but the guy was quick to cut me off, telling me not to look inside, that it was a surprise from my father. You don't want to ruin the surprise, do you? the guy asked, and I responded by shaking my head. "There's a good kid. Now run along and make sure you give it to your father. And remember, no peeking, okay?" I was considerably less nervous by that point. I mean, if he had a present for my dad, he had to be a good guy. So I just did as I was told, took the box into the house, then waited for my dad to get home from work. When he arrived home, I rushed to give him the shoebox. I remember it feeling like it was sort of a gift from me, too. Like if I was delivering it, I was sharing in some of that joy. But when I walked up to him and offered him the box, saying it was from Uncle Johnny, he just said, "Who?" I repeated that it was from an Uncle Johnny, and Dad still had that puzzled look on his face as he took the box from me, took off the lid, and rustled around the papers inside to see what it contained. Then suddenly, he froze, and I remember watching the color drain from his face like it was yesterday. He slammed the lid back on the box, and when I asked what was in there, Dad just told me to go up to my room. Then as I was walking up the stairs, he started calling out for my mom. And that's how this weird Christmas started. The next morning, Mom and Dad were piling suitcases into our car while telling me and my sister that we were going to spend the holidays in the countryside because the snow would be better. The next thing I know, we're in a cabin in the middle of nowhere, and I'm getting the very unusual Christmas present of getting to pick a new name. The thing is, at that age, it all just seemed totally normal. Or rather, I know something was happening, I just thought it was something that every family did. After a while, we moved into this new house in another state, and this meant that for the longest time, I thought Colorado and Rhode Island were like right next door to each other. It didn't even occur to me that we'd move far away from home because I couldn't think of a reason why we'd move so far. I remember asking my parents if we're going to change our names the next Christmas, and they told me no, because it'd be hard for all the people in our new town to learn new names, so we'd just be keeping the ones we had. I know it seems crazy, but being so young, I just kind of forgot about the whole thing after a while. Again, I thought it was something every family did at some point, just move towns and pick new names. I thought it was part of the process or something. It didn't make a difference with our parents. Me and my sister just called them the same thing we did before the move, Mom and Dad. I had a little trouble getting the hang of my sister's new name, and I know this is becoming a running theme here, but kids can get used to anything pretty quickly. Then, that was that. For like 11 years. My parents basically covered up what happened to the point where I didn't suspect a thing. I think maybe my sister did, but I definitely didn't. She ended up getting the talk before she moved away to college, and then she was part of this conspiracy too, in cahoots with our parents to keep me in the dark for another 3 years. And then, right when I was picking colleges, come SAT time, they sat me down for the talk too. Some of you might have guessed what the talk consisted of by now, and no, it wasn't the birds and the bees talk, if that's what you're thinking. The talk was basically my parents explaining to me that the reason we moved out to Colorado all those years ago was because my dad was in the witness protection program. He'd never... Oh, shit! Oh, ooh, ah, ooh, ee, ooh. Well, first off, haters, thank you for the 2. Says, what do you think is going to happen in the future? I don't know. I guess we're all just going to enter the metaverse and be some sort of like uploaded consciousness to Mark Zuckerberg's fever dream. And Beverly Alford with the huge $50 Reno donation. Thank you. Joel Slays, 11 months of the year. In December, Joel Slays. Thanks for your year-round gifts, friend Hole. You are welcome. And thank you, Beverly, for the generous donation. Thank you so much. Burger King butt badass. Twerka lurka lurka. I be slaying all year round, but now my bells are jingling. Pretty, what is good, homie? Shake that tail feather. I don't know. I don't really understand, like, how's the, like, sort of meta, you know what I mean? Like, the VR thing with Facebook, like, how's it supposed to take off? You know what I mean? Like, how's it supposed to take off? The only way I can imagine it taking off is there has to be some sort of motivation to get people there, right? Either out of, like, necessity or either out of, you know, incentive, which I can only assume would have to be, like, monetary incentive, you know what I mean? So, like, I don't know, people have jobs that literally just operate there or something, or maybe it's, you know, I don't know, they trade some type of crypto or something within that metaverse that translates to real world money, and I don't know, it like becomes such a lucrative market that it's just very tantalizing for people to get involved. But at the same time, I feel like, you know, aside from just money and necessity, you also need to, like, motivate people to actually want to go there. You know what I mean? Like, it's actually fun to put on a VR headset and have a meeting. It's probably cooler than fucking staring at your Zoom screen all the time, but at the same time, like, well, I don't know. Maybe that's their way of, like, creating sales for businesses. You know what I mean? Like, maybe their Oculus 2 bullshit is not selling fantastically well, so they just try to market that as, like, the new hands-off, like, no contact interaction for meetings, and then they just try to, like, sell them to every corporation in America. Yeah, here we sell Joel coin, Reed coin. It's worth 10 trillion smackaroonies. Lily, don't do that. Jesus Christ. I really don't know how to respond to that. Is the screen black for anyone else? It should not be. I don't think so. Gonna end up like the people in WALL-E. Well, that's the thing, is, like, I guess we have, as a people, been motivated towards a state of, what do they call it? Like, decadence, you know, because our life, we've, like, at least in the Western nations, like, life has been relatively decadent, where, like, we don't really have to try too hard to get our basic needs met, you know what I mean? And a lot of the times, like, I saw, you know, just the tweet of, like, I'm drinking this stimulant coffee drink to fill the void while holding my, you know, or what was it, like, I'm drinking this $10 coffee drink to fill the void while playing with my $1,000 smartphone to fill the void. And she's like, and I don't know, they said something like the void is still not filled or whatever. And, you know, I think that's just something inherently wrong with people, in the sense that, like, I think we're just sort of geared to work. And I think a lot of our satisfaction in our sort of evolutionary direction had a lot of the times been based around just our individual accomplishments, you know what I mean? Our motivation for survival, but then the fact that we felt satisfied in the fact that, you know, we might, or that we accomplished the task of survival. I don't know. And now that, like, survival is, like, so guaranteed, which is good in my opinion, it's opened up a whole nother avenue of desire in our hierarchy of needs, that it just, like, I feel like it confuses us as people, you know what I mean? It confuses us to think that, like, and, you know, that, what was that, I watched Bo Burnham, you know what I mean? Like, and it was hilarious. He had, like, that stand-up special, I forget what it was called, Inside or something like that. It was hilarious. Like, he made a ton of really, really hilarious commentary on stuff, and I think one of them was saying, like, do we really need to be stimulated by everything everywhere all at one time? And, you know, it's a good point. Like, there's really no need for me to know about, like as a human, there's really no need for me as an individual to concern myself with, you know, a civil war, you know, 10 million miles away, you know what I mean, and on another planet somewhere, you know. It's almost just there's like so much constant stimuli in our minds and like unnecessary like stress that whatever we are as people, you know, individually have just not evolutionarily speaking like caught up with that. Like we're just not geared. It's like our technology and information has moved so fast in these past like 50 years, you know what I mean, that whatever we are as people are just have not caught up to it yet, and it's just too much for us. I think that's why it's important to like really disconnect at times. Marco with the 5 says, don't forget about the mighty Pradeep coin. Can we get some Pradeep ASMR first? He did just, you know, actually, he just walked up and he ran away. I leaned down to pick him up and he just sprinted away. That's very nice of him. He wants attention, but not quite. What's my favorite holiday drink? Holiday drink. You know, I've never been one to drink much like eggnog, per se. Oh, well, I mean, pumpkin spice. I mean, yeah, I've said it before, but I love that shit. Probably have to avoid it for a while now because of the whole avoiding sugar stuff as much, but you know, it'll be a nice little treat from time to time. Ram Beltran with 14 MX. What are MX dollars? Never even heard of that, but thank you, Ram. What's a cat thing to do? Just guess. There's only like 4 things that cats do, and he just did one of them. One of his protocol. Oh, the peppermint mocha. Yeah, I haven't actually tried that. I'm sure it's yummy. Also, how are you? Aloha. Aloha. Love eggnog and pumpkin flavored in it. That would be sweet. Oh my god. Does Dunkin' or any of those places have eggnog flavor? Anybody here work at Dunkin' that could talk to corporate? You love the caramel brulee latte if we're talking Starbucks. You know, yeah, I don't drink Starbucks too often, mainly just because I feel like and someone had mentioned this before, but they actually like purposefully burn the beans, so it kind of has like a bit of a burnt taste. I'm not sure. Iced shaken espresso with oat milk and brown sugar, vanilla, sweet cream, could foam. Oh my god. Carrie, hey, what's poppin'? Welcome. We're just talking holiday drinky drinks. Diet Dr. Pepper, yeah. You just boil it. Keep you nice and warm by the fire. Yeah, Starbucks is overrated as fuck. And that's the kind of like power. What's that one term in marketing where it's like perceived value? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, where it's like there's no difference between Beats headphones and like Skull Candy or some shit, you know what I mean? In a sort of technological sense, but because they spent 90% of their budget on advertising, there's like a perceived value of having the particular product, or the fact that like every NBA player or NFL star like walks out of the training bus wearing like Beats headphones, suddenly they have some sort of clout, you know, or some sort of advantage over something like Bose or I don't know, stuff like that. Call of the Void with the 10 says, oh my god, man, it's been so long. I still remember the first time getting you to do my ending like almost 3 years ago. You're amazing, bro. I would definitely like to hear more trucking stories. Yeah, it's people have been requesting that a lot lately. I'm definitely gonna have to look into that. But Void, thank you so much for the 10, and it's good to see you. 3 years. Has it really been that long? My god. Perceived value. Okay. Yeah, it's just a weird thing. Just a weird, paying for the label. Like, I remember like some people saying, like, hearing stories about people would go to Starbucks, get the cup, you know, and just carry the cup around as if though it was like some sort of accessory, you know what I mean? Like, there was no drink involved. They didn't even actually have to pay for it, but they're carrying the cup around as if to like be perceived as something, higher or more valuable. And it's like, what a weird notion that anyone would see you carrying a Starbucks drink around and give literally any shits. You know what I mean? Like, if anything, I see the brand of Starbucks, and though I mean it's coffee, it's all fucking like tree bark dog shit. You know what I mean? But like, if I see Starbucks, I'm just like, there's someone who has wasted their money. You know what I mean? You could brew something at home with all the fixins, and it'd be way yummier and way cheaper. Do I have favorite things I do this time of year normally wouldn't? Well, I mean, I used to get so excited about Christmas Eve when I was younger because my brothers were quite a bit older than me, and they would just, come visit for the holidays and stuff and like stay the night. And I don't know, that night of like when I could get like both of my brothers like to stay the night and we're like all hanging out. It was just like having a sleepover, because when I was younger I never really had a lot of sleepovers or got to go to, or like really went to many sleepovers very often, so it was just like the most exciting shit when it would happen. Your job follows you everywhere. Uh-oh. You're gonna have to get us all coupons now. What? That is incredibly lame. My brother, the holiday thing, is that? Well, maybe it is. I don't know. Unless you're talking about something else. But that's hilarious. Somebody shares like a thoughtful moment. You're like, what? That fucking sucks. That fucking sucks, bro. Your family time is bullshit around the holidays. All you want for Christmas is the Ninja Coffee Bar. What's that? What's my favorite ARG? Mine's the Monument Mythos. I don't really know, honestly. I don't know much about them. Like I said before on another stream, I really like the This House Has People in It by Alan Resnick. And there was like this one channel, I forget what it's called, but they did such an amazing breakdown where they were digging into like the files of like the online content and like finding, like you actually had to do really, really specific weird stuff to access like videos that dug into the lore of all the sibling sleepover cringe. No, I think I just read that wrong. No worries. Can you do some more voices, please? Talk about your first pet in a strange voice there too.
Spark. Spark was my first pet. He was so sweet. He used to growl at me. He used to growl at me whenever I would touch his food. Spark was... He was a mean dog.
Loving all this live streams lately. Joel, you just can't quit us. I can't. No, I need you. I can't quit you. Okay. Also, I always had like a funny thought, like when you get like a text message, but it's like an automated thing or something from like your Amazon package is on the way or something, like I don't even know, just this is like the least funny presentation of a joke ever, but I was just imagining like seeing an automated text message like your doctor's appointment is automatically scheduled for December, whatever, and you're like, I got a text. Oh my god, hey automated message, how are you? These are my friends now. Starbucks is ass, but I like some of the blends they have in the roastery. Oh. Well, if an employee makes a suggestion, you know it's good. Call of the Void of the Two. All my trucker buds listening now. Oh, nice. That's awesome. My father, for quite a while, participated, or that was his occupation, doing trucking and stuff like that. And he would listen to a lot. I think he listens to a lot of like Howard Stern and that kind of show. He's been like a fan of Howard for quite some time. Back whenever Howard Stern was controversial. You love froth. Give me the froth. The only way to make froth now authentically is to have someone frothing at the mouth. So everybody needs... Like, if I'm going to start my own coffee shop, I'm going to give all of my employees a rabies injection, just so that they're kind of like the creature from 28 Days Later whenever they're making your drink. Just growling and... Alright, anyways. Some of you might get... Okay. Also, what the fuck? This is crazy. This story's about a witness protection program person they've had their name changed twice. I assume they're talking about the mafia or something. It's just weird. It's just so weird. Am I a cannabis fan? I've been a fan for 4 years. I've always wanted... I can smoke. Actually, because my friend had purchased me a marijuana pen, and I used it twice, and I got anxious. And I thought too much. And I just think too much, you know what I mean? And so I just gave it back to him, and I said, I don't want this. So I don't really smoke that much. If I do, it has to very specifically be in a very honed in social environment. I can't really do it by myself at home. I get lonely and sad and think too much. And, granted, I do say some funny ass shit when I'm on the ganja, but I need something to do, you know what I mean? Otherwise, my brain is just like remember that thing? Remember that thing? You remember that thing? You didn't forget about that thing, did you? It's in your butt. You used to watch Tales of the Crypt Keeper. Was that the actual show, or? Ava, I'm the only thing that helps you fall asleep. Well, I'm happy to help. Some of you might have guessed that the talk... Well, fuck. Some of you might have guessed what the talk consisted of by now, and no, it wasn't the birds and bees talk, if that's what you're thinking. The talk was basically my parents explaining to me that the reason we'd moved out to Colorado all those years ago was because my dad was in the witness protection program. He'd never actually been in the mafia himself. He was just an associate, but things went wrong for him in a big, bad way, and he was dealing with guys who didn't just cut off business ties, they cut off heads and hands so the cops can't identify you. At least, not right away. But anyway, according to them, the mob guys he was working with had two problems. Firstly, they were convinced someone in their organization was a police informant, and secondly, they had no idea who that person might be. So, in order to flush out the informant, they basically set out a bunch of packages to each of them, all containing something that might scare them into making a move. Apparently, my dad wasn't the informant, but he also had no idea that this was part of a larger scheme to flush the mole out. He thought it was a straight-up accusation and decided to get us out of Providence before any punishments could be meted out. So, ironically, the mafia had turned a solid earner into an FBI informant, all by just accusing the wrong person. Now, I don't know if that's 100% true or not. When your parents lie to you for almost your entire life, you wouldn't put another couple past them, but it's the version I chose to believe. But what I know for certain is what was in that shoebox that gave... Oh. But what I know for certain is what was in that shoebox that gave... Sorry, I don't know why it sounds weird. But what I know for certain is what was in that shoebox I gave to my dad. It was a rat, and someone had hammered a nail through its mouth. Jesus Christ. Amy Atwood with the two says, what's your favorite book or movie genre? I definitely like sci-fi books and movies the most. I like horror stuff, you know what I mean? But there's something I found as reading like a lot of horror as time has gone on. Not so much these, but like back in the day when I would read a lot of creepypasta, and I'll do it from time to time as well. I tend to find that it relies so heavily upon just sort of shock value, you know what I mean? And there's like shock value or different tropes that exist within like horror where it doesn't really explain why the monster exists or where it came from. It's just like supposed to just elicit this sense of fear from you that like oftentimes to me just doesn't really strike the chord that I'm looking for or like tickle my fancy, because most of it feels relatively derivative or repetitive, stuff I've heard before. Usually, I don't know, it varies, obviously, but I think the cool thing about sci-fi is that sci-fi usually is held to a certain degree of like responsibility for what it writes. So if you're going to write something science fiction related, Elise, did I see your dono? Oh, it didn't. How did I miss that? I'm so sorry. I am so sorry about that, Elise. I must have been reading and it popped up and I didn't even say, what's your favorite topic to cover, like story? I like paranormal stuff, similar to what I'm mentioning right now about the science fiction, is that the paranormal stuff just kind of tickles my fancy as far as interests go, just because they're, I don't know, just so weird and out there. I guess that's within the true scary story realm. But then like within the fictional realm, I like sci-fi because it sort of like holds the author to try to explain usually a new, like some variation on society or a technology or, just like the author tends to have to be slightly educated on something or articulate enough to convince you that it could be real, you know what I mean? And then obviously you have sort of mixes between like sci-fi and horror a little bit, which I think is really cool. I love the stories in Black Mirror because those stories had always kind of like challenged, or at least made you think of a different possibility, you know what I mean? Anahi with the 5 says, hey, sorry I'm late, but how have you been, Joel? Any plans for the holidays? Just chilling, family time as usual. Excited about that. Still got to shop a little bit, but it wouldn't be me if it wasn't last fucking minute. Paranormal is endless and unique. I prefer also, especially witness accounts. Oh, yeah. Your friendly internet grandma with the 7 Canadian. Thank you. Says double cream Oreos for the win. Night, everyone. Good night, grandma. That does sound pretty amazing. Serbian film had you messed up. Yeah, there was one game I remember playing when I was younger, like really, really ultra violent stuff. And even now, whenever like somebody sends me a video where people fight and stuff, even like fights on like, I don't know, just fights break out in sports and stuff like that. Even that kind of stuff makes me feel kind of ill. Like I'm not really like a fan, I guess, of people like emotionally lashing out at each other. It's just like very weird to me to see happen and makes me feel kind of sick. But I remember playing a game called Mark of Cree. It was a good game. It was a very unique like sort of sword game where you would rotate the analog stick to highlight the enemies around you, and they would place like button prompts over top of them. So if you wanted to hit the guy behind you, he was marked with the O button, and the guy maybe in front of you would be marked with the triangle button or something like that, and it would it just like created like some very fluid, some really, depending on your weapon, too, some really cool movements. But I just remember it had like a really it was like animated like a Pixar game, but it was like super super violent. There's like a lot of gore, and stuff like that. And I just remember as like a kid playing that game, I just remember feeling like sick, especially whenever I unlocked this like huge axe, and it's only meant for the end of the game, but you could use it in the arena. And this like huge axe, it's supposed to be able to target like multiple enemies all around you at once, and you just like literally chopping them in half and just like ripping them apart and stuff. And but then in the arena you fight against like real people rather than zombies, which is what you do in the normal game initially. But then you fight against real people, and just like, I don't know, you could like hear them screaming and crying out and stuff like that, like, and crawling. And it was just like very surreal experience for me as a kid to play like this like ultra violent game. It was very, very odd. They made a sequel too. I didn't play that though. Elise, everything with the two says, not to get personal, do you believe in the paranormal? I think so. It's one of those things where it's like, so many other people have had like crazy experiences with the paranormal that I feel that there has to be something, you know what I mean? It doesn't happen to me really, thankfully, like in the sense of like negative stuff, but I definitely think there's something way beyond our comprehension. And if I were to sit there and just say like, no, we're just meat sacks waiting to die and procreate and all that, I don't know, I just feel like that robs reality of like the poetic nature. And anybody that kind of subscribes their mindset to that perspective tends to become very nihilistic, and like it drains them of energy, and I just don't have time for that anymore. Rihanna, for 3 months, has been a member of the Buttersock cult. Hey, hello, and welcome back. And Rihanna with 5 says, I don't really like intense gore. The Thing rocked my world as a kid. Yeah, I don't know. I look back on The Thing, and maybe the fact that it was like campy and 80s style, maybe I watched it like later on. But yeah, as a kid, I remember, what was that one movie? Tales from the Hood. You guys remember that one? Well, there's this one about these dolls that are, filled with souls that like get revenge on this politician that lives inside this old house, and like basically like everyone around him, he's starting to see like them die and stuff, but then the dolls are like present there, and it kind of usually makes them seem like an accident. But then towards the end of the movie, the guy literally gets like eaten alive by these dolls. And I remember watching that as a fucking like 5-year-old or some shit, and I'm just like, oh, and I don't know, I just kind of assumed that like all ventriloquist dolls and every doll therein will literally just eat my skin off, and I have to scream as it happens. It really messed me up. All right. Next story in the Christmas stories. Leprechaun in the Hood, yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that one too. Like where he's like, "Oh man, you cracked me up," and then I don't know if it was that movie or not, but he's like, "Oh really?" and like fucking shoots some sort of like nitrous oxide or something at his face, and it just like freezes his face. I don't know. It was stupid, but it was just gross. Remember when people were obsessed with those Christmas jumpers? I mean, I guess a few people still get their woolies out around the festive season, but there was a few years back when people were just obsessed with Christmas jumpers. It got to the point where it seemed like absolutely everyone who was out for a drink was wearing one, and the whole of London was basically a giant competition to see who had the best one. One night, I'm having a ciggy break at work, and I see this guy walking down the street towards me, wearing what had to be the most random Christmas jumper I'd ever seen. To be fair, it was quite dark out, and I could only see him under the orange-tinted streetlights, which obviously sent the colors off a little bit for me. But still, as he's approaching, I'm like, what in God's name is this guy wearing? And then he gets closer. He looks up at me, and before I can even say anything, he just collapses. He wasn't wearing a red and white Christmas jumper. It was a gray hoodie, and the red splotches were all stab wounds. I did what I could, and I called 999, but the guy kept passing in and out of consciousness as I was on the phone, and I honestly thought he was going to die by the time he got to the hospital. He was still conscious when the ambulance arrived, and that gave me a lot of hope that he'd be okay. But then the following day, I recognized him in a news article that said he passed away in hospital. It was Sorry. Excuse me. Pradeep's fucking fur just floating through the air. There was a news story about a girl in an area that freaked me out, and even more when they found her body in a house down the street from where she lived. That is scary. Oops. It was horrible. Like I said, he was conscious. He was conscious. They were... Oh. Thank you for the blessings. That's so many blessings. Bless my soul. What about my nose and my sinuses? Yeah, like that one doll from Goosebumps, Slappy. Remember him? That shit scared the shit out of me. And then there was this movie. I don't even think I watched it, but it came out like in high school, and it was like Dead Silence, and it was about like this ventriloquist woman who had all these dolls, and then I don't know, like if you screamed, she would kill you or something.
Hey, listen.
Haters with the 5 says, any advice on losing weight? I'm 16, 200 pounds, 5'8", and doctor said I'm 60 pounds overweight, lacking motivation to even try. Later on, I'll write an update on me. Yeah, for sure. Here, let me finish this story, and then I got one more thing, and I'll chime in here, but obviously everybody else is more welcome to say nice things and advice as well. It was horrible. Like I said, he was conscious when they were getting him in the ambulance, and I think he actually tried to thank me before they shut the doors and sped off with their lights on. I really did think he was going to be fine, and then to find out that he died, it was I really did think he was going to be fine, and then to find out that he died as the result of some horrid little gang feud was just absolutely horrifying to me. 100% the single worst thing that's ever happened to me, and I'm not sorry that I don't live in that part of London anymore. Yeah, so I'm going to look up at this message again. 16, 5'8", 200 pounds. Doctor says you're 60 pounds overweight. Well, I mean, 5'8" is pretty it's an average height. 16, 200 pounds. I mean, so just like when I was in middle or elementary school, terrible diet, soda, ice cream, pretty much every form of sugar possible was given to me at my whim at all times. Very overweight kid, in the sense of like, maybe not necessarily morbidly, but in the sense that it really affected my confidence as a kid. I'm sure a lot of people can relate. You know what I mean? 6th grade, right around the age, where you're starting to get older and change and that kind of thing. And at the same time, I joined sports. I joined football, which I didn't enjoy, but it forced me to run. It forced me to exert energy. That's the big thing. Exerting energy. And it forced me to sort of understand. And the cool thing was like within a year's time, I went from being, fat in my mind and being called that too by people. People had no problem calling me fat, whether it was in jest or just, reality, overweight or whatever. And like, but then once I joined sports and was very active and stuff, it was as if though like my body kind of like transformed. Now, at the age of 16, your body is still like probably at that point where it's, it can transform at the fastest you will ever see in your life. And I'm telling you right now, from the ages of like 16 to, 24 at this point for you, so you got a lot of time. And even after that, it's like there's always time to change your habits and that kind of thing. But it's just like the particular like production of hormones within your body is able to produce the fastest ability to like burn fat and build muscle and that kind of thing. But the number one thing is, because a lot of your motivation to do exercise might be very difficult individually, which I totally understand. If possible, if you can, I know it's different for everybody. I would try to join I would try to join a sport. Some of the best athletes, like some of the skinniest kids, they play like soccer and stuff like that. Football has a lot of weightlifting involved, so that's like a very well-rounded format of athlete. Though the unfortunate part was when I was younger, I played in high school, even though I was like started to lean out and stuff, I kind of like forced myself to be bigger because I played offensive and defensive line, because I was just something starting out as like a big kid when I was younger. I just maintained that position, which was good as far as like developing strength and that kind of thing. But at the same time, the eating habits that went along with sort of building your identity within your sport and that kind of thing around being heavier, I think is a really unhealthy thing. And the faster that you can figure out how to be at a healthy weight, it might be best to avoid, if you play football, to avoid playing offensive line, just because. But anyways, the thing is that about like organized sports, it sort of like teaches you a sense of like discipline, you know what I mean? To teach you, you meet friends also, which is a great thing. Like you'll just inadvertently start to talk to people and get along with them, hopefully, you know what I mean? And the cool thing is, like, whenever people get into high school for sports and stuff, they start getting into a regimented form of not just working out like with cardio, but also doing the weightlifting and that kind of thing. And that teaches you a lot of information that's pretty much provided to you free, and that kind of thing, which is great. Wrestling is cool, but there's the difficult thing is, like, I just never really agreed with wrestling as far as cutting weight. I mean, you could definitely join wrestling and they would obviously find a place for you, but there's this like sort of unhealthy process in which sometimes wrestlers cut weight, which, whether it's through excessive cardio, some of those wrestlers, just to get down like a pound or two, they'll wear like they'll try to sweat it out, you know what I mean, with like a trash bag or something of that nature while they do cardio. And I think that's really unhealthy, especially for, maintaining, your appropriate electrolytes and that kind of stuff. I don't know how those wrestlers perform after they sort of dehydrate themselves, which is really what they're doing in that short period of time. But yeah, so I think sports is a really good thing, just because it sort of like forces you in so many different directions, socially, disciplinarily, and like, it just like forces you down a path of like understanding what it means to try something athletic, you know what I mean? But that's not to say that you wouldn't have it within your power individually to, develop patterns of weightlifting, cardio, even if it's just cardio. Sometimes I remember there was a while in college where all I did was just go trail running, and it was a very relaxing experience individually, because I just put music in, sometimes no music at all, and just like go on a run, you know what I mean? Now, running is not the best for your like knees long term and stuff, and you're not gonna like develop a sort of like fit body as you kind of like see within the media and stuff like that, just because you're not, shocking the muscles to like grow or anything like that. But I definitely think if you need some help getting in a direction, sports is that sort of like push that really helps people. And whatever one you're interested in, sometimes it doesn't even matter. And the cool thing about like sports is like, you don't even have to give a shit about whether or not you're good. At the end of the day, the fact that you're there is just the number one thing. Whether you're playing basketball, maybe you suck at basketball, but you got to think to yourself, like, I'm not playing basketball to be like, to go to the NBA. Maybe some people are, which I really hope, or or college or whatever, which if that's the case, that's sick, you know what I mean? But at the same time, some people have to understand that like all you're doing when you're joining a sport, especially at that age or whatever age, is like you're just creating discipline. You're creating healthy habits that you soon are gonna like, rather than despise, you're gonna like want them. You know what I mean? Because they make you feel, they release the necessary chemicals in your body to feel better. You know what I mean? And then obviously like healthy food choices, like you can work out as much as you want, but like a bad diet is gonna be tough. You know what I mean? As far as losing weight. But yeah, there's the process of intermittent fasting, but also just like cutting back unhealthy things like just processed foods and sugars, that's massive, especially so. I remember whenever I cut back soda, it was like just instantaneous. You heard a little toot, not quite. I'll just let it rip if I do. But like, I'm wrapping the cord around my fingers, so maybe that's what that is. I don't know if you can hear the squeak on that. Anyways, I think I heard I'm just like talking, like trying to give inspiration while like just shitting my pants. But yeah, it's sports, cutting back on sugar, no soda, you know what I mean? Like at the very least transition from soda to diet, and then like transition from diet to water, which even me, it's like still tough, but at the same time, if you could just do only water, like those things make a huge difference. And just making healthier choices, like more protein and more vegetables, healthy carbs and good fats, these are all things that sometimes the people that you associate with, your friends at school, your family, if they don't have those patterns in their life, you're going to be influenced to make the same decisions that they make. You know what I mean? That's just, the old saying is like, if you want to see who you're going to be in 5 years, show me your friends. And that's who you're going to follow. If you're around toxic people all the time, or people with bad habits or bad eating patterns and stuff like that, or just bad diet, like you're probably going to follow in their shoes, like my old roommate, like he ordered so many fucking pizzas all the time that it's sort of like it became part of my mentality to like one of my like sort of cheat meals sort of thing, and then oftentimes even more than that was just to literally like stuff my face to the fucking brim with pizza and ice cream, and then I would have to like just fast the next day because I felt like so much shit, which is not a good thing to do. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think at the end of the day, like especially as a young person, getting involved in some sort of organization is for sure one of the more positive things you could do, like in relation to developing discipline, developing energy expenditure, through burning calories and just having a good time and that kind of thing. Amy Atwood with the 5 says, have you ever heard of the Magnus Archives? It's a sci-fi thing with like 200 episodes and it totally sucked me in. No, I never heard about that. What's that all about? Well, aspartame sucks, but I mean, it's like, what would it's like you can drink if you have to drink soda. I'm not advocating for soda at all in any form, but external from diet soda, normal soda is obviously worse for you. I mean, it's high fructose corn syrup, it's sugar, that you process either instantaneously because you need the energy, which you most likely won't as you drink soft drinks, and it will just get, because it's that form of glucose, it's just going to immediately get converted to fat. You know what I mean? So I would not, not drink any soda at all and stick to water and tea or coffee or whatever the fuck. But comparing diet soda to normal soda as far as health stuff goes, as far as losing weight, diet soda is technically better. Did Joel ever smoke nicotine? If not, how did he get the what? All right. I convinced you to stop taking Benadryl, so I believe what he said. Yeah, I mean, I thankfully have kind of, definitely cut back on that, but I don't know, I hear bad things about it. And then if you're using it for like antihistamine, stuff, I think there's other alternatives out there to help you with that. Even like for people with really bad allergies, like like the neti pot. I don't know if you guys ever use the neti pot or the Navage that like cycles saline through your sinuses to clear it out. I feel like that would be helpful, but I guess it just depends on how bad your sinuses are. Haters with the 5 says, I work as a janitor with my parents and I've been doing it for 7 years, but I hardly drink water while working and also have the urge to eat junk. Shit, yeah. Well, the one thing I found that kind of helps me sometimes is more of like an all or nothing type approach, you know what I mean? Where I say like, okay, as a rule of, you need like a rule of thumb for like your approach. So you're like, okay, as a rule of thumb, I'm just not going to eat sugar. You know what I mean? So anything that has carbohydrate, I mean, that's not to say that to just stop eating carbs if you need them, you know what I mean? Because, going keto kind of thing is very difficult. But it helped me when I was doing it where I was just like, okay, that has carbs, I just won't eat it, or that has sugar, I just won't, that's, I just, in the same way that people say I have a gluten intolerance or something, like when you say that I just can't have whatever, like people just leave you alone about it, and then you just stick to like meat and vegetables and nuts and shit like that and avocado. I don't know, and then water. I know it's hard, but but I'm not sure, it might not work for you, but just if you think of that, like, because if I allow like a little bit of something into my body, I just want to binge it, you know what I mean? I just want to have as much as possible. But if I completely cut it out like cold turkey, I feel that that's almost like easier for me, but it depends on the person. I'm one of the assistant general managers of a mall here in Michigan, and last Christmas brought one of the most frightening encounters of my entire career. Every year, the assistant GMs are responsible for organizing the holiday-related events and decorations, and this includes the Santa's workshop. It can be a heck of a lot of work, so we divide up all the tasks between the three of us, and last year, I was in charge of hiring a Santa. It sounded kind of fun at first, getting to line up interviews with a series of tubby retirees before scoring their ho-ho-hos out of 10. So, I posted a few advertisements on some job sites, then waited for the replies to roll in. The response to my ad wasn't exactly overwhelming, but you can't exactly blame people for not wanting to do something like that. Like, I realized that as much as I tried to phrase it as politely as possible, the ad still subliminally screamed, "Hey boomer, are you fat and old? Well, come get paid minimum wage to get puked on by screaming children for 10 hours a day." So it made sense that people weren't lining up to don the red suit. By the time I started to get a handful of respondents, I realized it wasn't going to be such an easy task. The first guy that came in said he was a specialist Santa, but demanded $25 an hour, way over our budget of $9.25. The second guy that came in for an interview was a total creep and kept flirting with me even though I was old enough to be his daughter. Then the third guy that came in smelled like my college roommate, this nauseating mix of Cheetos and vodka that, I swear to God, was enough to wilt the flowers. Around 10 interviews in, with the only viable candidate having the personality of a cardboard box, I thought it was doomed. But that's when Ted walked in our conference room and things began to look up. Ted's resemblance to Jolly St. Nick was nothing short of uncanny. He had soft, curly white hair, a similarly glossy beard which he later admitted to shampooing daily, and he had this stout look about him without seeming outright obese. He had rosy cheeks, a glint in his eye, and a deep rumbling laugh that had me offering the job before the interview was even over. The only trouble was, Ted came with a catch, because Ted was Canadian. He said he'd come down from Hamilton to stay with family over the holidays and thought he'd earn some cash while he was south of the border. He'd applied for a temporary work visa, but only 2 days prior to the interview, and he was still waiting to hear back. However, Ted told me that he'd be happy to pass along the permit details once he got them, and he didn't mind working for free as long as we all got working for free for a while. I see. Some teas have a lot of sugar? Really? Oh, well, yeah, I mean, maybe like the pre-made ones where they add sugar to it, but I think like the basic teas that you brew tend to be sugarless. I think. However, Ted told me he'd be happy to pass along the permit details once he got them, and he didn't mind working for free for a while, as long as we all got as long as we got all squared away at the end of his stay. I was more than prepared to work it like that. He didn't object to the low wage, something I had zero control of, by the way, and he seemed to relish the whole Santa look, mainly to make his grandkids happy while he was staying over. Basically, Ted was perfect, the answer to my prayers. I told Ted that aside from a few formalities, he'd pretty much gotten the job and I'd be calling him ASAP to give him his start date and orientation. As you can guess, one of these formalities is a background check, but it's one an outsourced company performs for us. We just pass on the person's name and social security number and bingo, they tell us if they're an ex-con or whatever. It worked exactly the same way for Canada, only it's called a social insurance number up there or something. The company could just contact the Canadian police and get the results just as fast. A few days later, I get a call back saying they had no record of a Ted having committed any crimes, but not to continue his application. You see, there was a Ted in Canada with the same last name. You see, there was a Ted in Canada with the exact same last name, several in fact, but none of the SIN numbers were a match. That was the first suspicious thing about Ted, and although it wasn't a total deal breaker, the company could check if he'd had it changed. That was the first suspicious thing about Ted, and although it wasn't a total deal breaker, the company could check if he had it changed in the last 10 years or so. It was what set me on the road to finding out the truth. So, while I was waiting to hear back from HR, I was on break one day, sitting in the office, and I decided to do a little digging. I felt like I was maybe overthinking things a little, that maybe all the stress and lack of sleep was making me paranoid or something. At least, that's what I told myself as I sat down at one of our office's computers and opened a web browser. For those of you that don't know, poop. For those of you that don't know, here in the United States, there are whole government-run websites dedicating to let you know if someone is a possible convicted offender in your area. You can search by name, address, state. Heck, even if you don't have information on your person of interest, you can just search a whole list of offenders state by state so you can be sure someone's not on there. I couldn't recommend doing this casually, as it can be pretty frightening to see just how many there are, but I'm honestly glad resources like that exist. Otherwise, it could put a lot of very vulnerable people in danger. So anyways, I sit down, bring up the website, and start searching. First, I type in Ted's name and get nothing back. This kind of relaxes my concern a little, but there was still something about Ted that seemed a little too good to be true, I guess, and a part of me just doesn't allow good to exist without condition. I sat there for 40 minutes of 50 minutes. I sat there for 40 minutes of what the fuck? 40 minutes of my 50-minute smoke break. I sat there for 40 minutes of my 50-minute long lunch break, looking at the face of every single creep in the state of Detroit. I type in a random address in different parts of Detroit and the surrounding area, just making sure that my sinister little hunch wasn't dead on the money. Then, right as I'm about to call it a day and just dismiss my fears as baseless paranoia, there he was. He wasn't listed as Ted. He actually had a chillingly normal name, David Smith, and without all that silky white hair, he was kind of hard to spot. But he had the same eyes, the same rosy cheeks, and the exact same smile in his picture. And who in God's name smiles when they're having their picture... And who in God's name... Where the fuck was I? Oh, yeah. But he had the same eyes, the same rosy cheeks, and the exact same smile in his picture. And who in God's name smiles when they're having their picture taken for an offender's registry? But all that paled in comparison with the feeling I got when it actually hit me, that this guy had tried to get a job with kids. He'd evidently been styling himself after Santa Claus for a while, all with the intent of getting a job as the titular character in Santa's little... He'd eventually been styling himself after Santa Claus for a while, all with the intent of getting a job as the titular character in Santa's little workshop. He had no grandchildren either, by the way, so what he told me was a complete lie. Instead of waiting for it to go through our HR department and the relevant outsourced company in turn, I decided to go on the offensive. I know that was totally the wrong call, and my bosses didn't let me hear the end of it during the aftermath, but I felt personally offended. The creep had lied to my face, and I'm ashamed to say that I fell for his little act, hook, line, and sinker. I called the number he'd given me, and when he answered, I gave him the same cheerful act he'd given me the first time. I pretended everything was fine, and that I just wanted to clarify a few things regarding this application. I realized in that moment that I actually wanted the whole thing to be a huge mistake. I wanted to ask him if his name was David Smith, have him be like, "What are you talking about?" Then to get a call from HR like, "Canadian guy checks out, give him the job." Wait, what? Oh, I see. I realized in that moment that I actually wanted the whole thing to be a huge mistake. I wanted to ask him if he... Fuck. Welcome back, Annie. I called... what the fuck? Why can't I read this shit? I realized in that moment that I actually wanted the whole thing to be a huge mistake. I wanted to ask him if his name was David Smith and have him be like, "What are you talking about?" Then to immediately get a call from HR like, "Canadian guy checks out, give him the job." But no. When I brought myself to ask him like, "Hey, your name wasn't David at some point, was it?" There was just silence on the other end of the phone. Then a click as David hung up. I called the cops immediately, telling them that a David Lee Smith had breached his parole conditions by attempting to gain employment around children, which is obviously a huge violation of any offender's release conditions. I didn't hear anything else after that, not from the cops anyway, and I imagine this David Smith was rearrested and taken back to jail for attempting to pull the collective wool over our eyes. I just think how bad things could have been if I'd have taken him up on his offer to work for free at first. I mean, that really should have had alarm bells ringing from the get-go, but I was just so desperate to find someone that I didn't think properly. We found someone for the job in the end. They sucked and were super unreliable, but they had no record and gave us no causes for concern with their behavior. But the whole incident marked what is without a doubt the creepiest and most skin-crawling occurrence of my entire management career. Hater with 2 says, "What's your worst injury, Sussy Baka?" Let's see. I remember in high school around football. I remember we were. It was so stupid. It was like right before the game was about to start for football. We're all doing our little group jumpies with each other, like yeah, getting excited and shit. And some dude who was wearing fucking like metal cleats, which you weren't even allowed to wear, but he wore them, landed directly on my pinky toe, and I could just like feel it crunch. And then immediately I like walked with a limp. And thankfully I was I was like a sophomore or something, so it's like I wasn't even playing that game anyways or whatever with the varsity team, but like I just remember that sucked so bad because it was just like, yep, there's nothing you can do about it other than just like let it fucking heal. But I'm fairly certain he broke it, and he didn't even give a shit. I was like, dude, you just fucking broke my toe. And he's like, oh, my bad. Like, fuck off. There was another time I remember someone throwing a football and this like left index finger just like snapped backwards, and I was just like, oh shit. And I brought it up to my like gym teacher, and he was like, oh, well, that actually looks dislocated. Let's just pop it back into place. And then I did, and it was fine. I was like, oh, okay, sweet. That's great. It actually feels fine. It's fine. But then it like swelled up really bad, and that was annoying. I remember one time, what did he say? I remember like when in 8th grade, I haven't had a lot of injuries, thankfully, but I remember in like 8th grade, I got what's called like a stinger in my like shoulders, which is like a pinched nerve or something. And I just remember, like, my friend still remembers this, and he quotes it very often. But I was just like flailing around on the ground being like, holy fucking shit, holy fucking shit, holy fucking shit, just over and over again, saying that I was like paralyzed. I'm paralyzed. I'm paralyzed. I'm paralyzed. Even though I was like flailing every limb possible, and my coach just like, I remember him like getting on top of me. He's like, hey, just take a deep breath. You're fine. And I was like, okay, sorry. Like, I don't know. I just remember the feeling. It felt like my neck like crinked down. So I just like, I think it was like a fear of mine or something at that time. You know, that metal cleat guy might have been a psychopath. He was very weird, very selfishly. Well, actually, years later, in college, like, or maybe my senior year or something, he was really good with cars, and I remember he jumpstart my car at some point, and he was actually pretty crazy. At like a young age, he was able to like take cars and like fix them and then like sell them for a shit ton more, and that was like his business for a while, like right out the gate of high school. I always thought that was impressive. But yeah, that was annoying. And then I forget what I was doing. I was like squatting or something, and I remember like taking a deep breath, and like some sort of like intercostal, like between the ribs muscle, like popped or something, to the point where like it hurt. It had me on Genshin. I don't play Genshin unless somebody else wants to play Genshin with you. A tree flesh, what's up? But I just remember like something popped in my like back, like rib muscles, and I just remember give me your ID. I like for Cashy, okay. And like I remember I couldn't even wear a backpack. It just like hurt so bad in my back. It was like hard to breathe and shit. That was lame. I think I did, while playing like intramural basketball, rolled my ankle, and that was really lame. That was like my first experience with rolling my ankle. I think you guys had heard about my previous experience recently with rolling my ankle. That was really stupid. But then just general like sort of like hip flexor and like back, like hamstring back injuries related to doing CrossFit for so long. That shit was really annoying, because I just, you just kind of get like, unless I like do daily stretches, which I should be doing anyways, it's just like my like left hip into my like hamstring and back sometimes can get like really tight and uncomfortable, and I like just like have to fucking stretch it. Oh yeah, when I don't know what I was thinking. I was just on a walk with my friend that one night, and I just started doing some sort of like high knees things jokingly or whatever, and then just like landed right on my ankle and just felt it crack, and that was fucking terrible because I just like knew that I was fucked, and I still had to walk like literally I literally had to walk like I don't even know, like 2 miles home, and just in the morning it was just so fucking bad. Oh yeah, and recently I remember I was like sprinting in the park, and this is when I know I'm just like, fuck man, my body is like starting to like show signs of wear and tear. I just remember like not warming up for like sprints. I was like racing my friend and just like feeling something that was so weird. It was like something popped in my calf that like shifted my like knee out, and then all of a sudden my fucking like hamstring while I was sprinting like cramped up so fucking bad that I just like fell over and immediately just could do nothing. And thankfully my friend like works in like massage chiropractic stuff, and he was able to do like deep tissue on it for like at least 3-4 times or something, and was able to get like what, you know, like at that point was like essentially scar tissue. And it was like, it was so funny, like all down my fucking like leg and hamstring it was just like black and blue, from him doing the like breaking up the scar tissue and stuff. But I don't know if you ever heard of like scraping or any of those like deep tissue massage techniques, but it's fucking sweet. It like, even though it's painful in the moment, it just like releases everything, and it feels great afterwards. You think a decapitated head has a moment of awareness before it dies? Probably. I think so. Maybe it just depends on like if it's like the guillotine. All right, story 5. A Christmas miracle. You broke your T8 at work. What's your T8? Your taint? For most of my life, my mom and dad insisted on buying a real pine tree to serve as the centerpiece of our Christmas decorations. I can understand why they'd pay the extra money for a real one. They really are stunning when they're decorated. It's even worth having to clean up 1 million dead pine needles come to New Year. But there's another reason why they put up the bother with each year, and it's all down to 6-year-old me's attempt to decorate. Around the time that I was born, my parents were almost completely broke. Dad was still finishing off his degree, and Mom had only just started her business. So, as a family does, we basically didn't have a pot to pee in. As a result, they had to buy one of these fake plastic Christmas trees for our living room. I honestly loved the thing, and I remember getting so excited about decorating it with my mom. Then one year, after seeing something on television, or maybe I saw it in a book, I honestly can't remember, I decided that the Christmas tree was missing something. I remember using a chair in the kitchen to reach an out of reach drawer. What is a mouth club? On Halloween, you need 666 million subs. I'm an independent natural cannabis baker company. We do a line of sleep brownies. We named one after you, the Let's Read Knockout Brownie, 80 milligrams of indica. It's one of the best sellers in Virginia. That's fucking, wow, I feel honored, honestly. Thank you so much. Is it possible to order one online? I don't know how the state line kind of thing works, but if I'm ever in Virginia area, I'd love to fucking house one and just pass out. That sounds great. Thank you. That's so cool. The Let's Read Knockout Brownie. I wonder if any of your customers have like seen it and be like, I know that guy, or know his stuff. Listen to me while you play FIFA. Without you, this game would be gone. I know. That game would be dead without my voice. They need to bring me on. Isn't FIFA supposed to, like, change? Like, because FIFA's not letting EA use their name or something? soon, or maybe they figured it out or did a workaround. I don't know. Amalia. Hello, hello. With the 5 says, hey, I made it to a live stream. Welcome, welcome. Weed gummies. I don't know. I've heard weed gummies are just like easier to dose because there might be like 5 or 10 milligrams or something. So it's not as like, doesn't hit you as hard. You can just eat a few. But then I feel like you'd also be tempted to like eat the whole bag. Don't do that. I made it. Yeah, brownie named after me. I'm good to go. Do I still play Overwatch? Sadly, I hate that fucking game. Jesus. It sucks so bad. God, it sucks so bad. And it's like, I don't, is it ever gonna get better? Is Overwatch 2 ever gonna come out? Is playing Rhine ever not gonna just feel like endless fucking pain while your team is just memeing around, not supporting you at all? Probably never, ever. Do I want to play Warzone? Nah, I don't really play Call of Duty, to be honest. I don't know. I watch like Dr. Disrespect play Warzone from time to time, but even that, I just like, I don't know. I really don't give a shit about Call of Duty anymore. Have you played, what the fuck's it called? Insurgency Sandstorm? I think that game has like some of the more like satisfying like gunplay I've come across in like a while in first-person shooters. It's just unfortunate because it doesn't really have many of the modes that sort of like make Call of Duty fun, which is, I don't know, just that like feeling of like go 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 go, and then you're dead and you're like fuck, and you're like go 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 again. I kind of like that feeling about like Overwatch and Call of Duty where you're dead and then you're back. But there's some games where you're dead and then you're just fucking out. Haters with the 2 says, worst and best talent you've seen at a talent show? I don't even know. I haven't been to a fucking talent show or seen one. I just remember like me and my friend had this like memory of a talent show back in high school where I don't even know, some girl was talking to her friend in front of us, and then she just like I don't even know what the fuck she was talking. And we always say it all the time, from still to this day we say it. And then but she just like looked over her friend and was like, a bird shit in my mouth. Oh. And we were just like, what the fuck did she just say? And it's just like something that we just say forever, like, a bird shit in my mouth. I don't know what she was talking about, like out of context, but it's just so fucking funny. Now all I do is go to donkey shows. JK. Alright, what the fuck was I reading? It's Christmas? Bah humbug. Around this time I was born, my parents were also completely broke. As a result, fake tree. I decided the tree was missing something. Oh yeah, here we are. Keeps getting behind on the stream like 30 seconds. Yeah, I don't fucking know, dude. I tried to like up the latency on the stream. I was thinking that may help, but it seemed like people were having even more issues with YouTube's streaming things. Fucking don't even know. I remember using a chair in the kitchen to reach an out-of-reach drawer. One I knew Mum kept some scissors and twine in. I took those, then used the same chair to search a cupboard where Mum kept the little candles we'd used in my birthday cake. Then it was just a case of tying it to one of the little plastic limbs of the Christmas tree before lighting it with a so-called child-proof lighter that I'd nabbed from near the cooker. Once the little candle was burning, the tree looked perfect in my eyes, and after admiring my handiwork for a moment, I ran off to get my mum so I could show her. If she liked it, she might let me tie some more of the little birthday candles to the tree, and it'd be even prettier. I remember running up the stairs in my parents' little 2-bedroom apartment shouting, "Mummy, Mummy, come and look what I've done." She appeared from a room. I grabbed her hand and I started tugging her in the direction of the stairs, all the while repeating that I had something to show her. I remember feeling so proud of myself. I'd definitely seen a Christmas tree somewhere with lit candle. Fuck. You had a hip replacement? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Scary stuff. Surgery is scary. Okay. I remember feeling so proud of myself. I'd definitely seen a Christmas tree somewhere with little candles on it. Probably fake electric lights now that I think about it. But it had looked marvelous, and I hoped my mom would agree that my efforts had replicated that sense of festiveness that I'd felt, even at such a young age. We smelled the burning. Oh, smelled. We smelled the burning plastic before we got to the living room. It's weird how, even though I didn't really know what I was smelling at the time, I knew it was bad. Maybe it's some deeply woven strand of genetic memory in us that means we're pre-programmed to know that burning smells mean bad news. Or maybe I'm overthinking. Either way, the sight that greeted us as we rounded the threshold had let out a long, high-pitched... Wait. What? Either way, the sight that greeted us as... I'm fucking confused. The sight that greeted us as we rounded the threshold had... okay, they forgot the my mom part. Do you have any hidden talents? Better yet, chat, do you have any hidden talents? Yeah, what about your guys' hidden talents? You guys already know what I can do with a ping pong ball. What about you? Or maybe I'm overthinking. Either way, the sight that greeted us was... I feel like I'm standing on my fucking tippy toes to get to my goddamn mic. It's frustrating. I gotta put on sandals. I'm putting on my thong sandals for my Magnum Dong. Okay. Sorry. Now I'm actually, it's so funny. Put on like a little bit of sandal, now I got some, actually can reach my mic. I don't know why it was like so up so high. I just like have it on the ceiling. We yell at it. Does the way people write sometimes mess you up when reading? Yeah, definitely. Like grammar fucks me up, spelling errors fuck me up because I'm kind of just doing this on the fly. Sometimes I can make adjustments as I go, but like I said before, trying to read whenever people make like grammar mistakes or like spelling errors and things like that, it just not a big deal because you can just adjust. But as far as reading, it's kind of like if you're running through the woods and somebody throws sticks in front of you out of nowhere, but you didn't see them coming, you know, so you don't know when to jump and then you trip. So I end up tripping like 400 fucking times, you know what I mean? She appeared from a room. Okay, where the fuck was I? But it'd look marvelous, and I hope my mom would agree that my efforts had replicated that sense of festiveness that I'd felt too, even at such a young age. We smelled the burning plastic before we even got to the living room. It's weird how, even though I didn't really know what I was smelling at the time, I knew it was bad. Maybe it's some deeply woven strand of genetic memory in us that means we're pre-programmed to know that burning smells mean bad news. Or maybe I'm overthinking it. Either way, the sight that greeted us as we rounded the threshold had my mom letting out a long, high-pitched scream. Almost the entire tree had gone up in flames, and in the time it took for my mom to reach down and grab me up in her arms, the whole thing had become a raging fireball that billowed black smoke. Whatever cheap substance the manufacturers had used for the fake foliage turned out to be highly flammable. Mom's first thought was to just get me out of the flat that we were living in. Then, when she ran out into the hallway to put me down, she grabbed the fire extinguisher mounted on the wall before running back inside to deal with the blaze. I was definitely old enough to know what a fire extinguisher was, all thanks to school fire drills, but I had it in my head that if my mom had grabbed one, everything was going to be fine. Their fire extinguishers, Joel, I have a really good story for you. Nice. You should send that puppy in to the subreddit, reddit.com/r/letsreadofficial or letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. They're fire extinguishers. They extinguish fire. Point, squirt, fire gone, I thought. I had no idea how terrifyingly quickly plastic-based fires can spread, thanks to all the melting and burning material. They also burn really hot too for some reason, which makes the fire even more likely to spread. So it was with utter confusion and horror that I saw my mom re-emerge from our apartment, phone to her ear as she banged on her neighbors' doors. I was in floods of tears by that point, knowing full well that it was all my fault. And by the time my mum saw the fire alarm... What is it? By the time I mum saw the fire alarm, broke the glass and things... Oh, okay. And by the time my mum saw the fire alarm, broke the glass, and that... Wait, what? And things started blaring? There's so many random fucking... Oh, Sir Midnight's World Horror with the $1 arena. Thank you, good friend. Says, hey Joel, have you ever thought about doing more with your YouTube and podcasts? Like, have you ever wanted to try something else other than narrations and dip your toes in that? Elaborate. Elaborate. Yeah, I mean, for sure. I always wanted to, like, do really high quality animations and stuff, and I'm not really sure exactly, like, I always thought it'd be cool to do feel-good stories, you know, stories that have, like, happy endings and stuff and aren't scary at all, you know, they're just, like, inspiring stories, because that's a lot more marketable, I feel like, to people, and I could put them on TikTok and blow up on TikTok, you know, and all that kind of bullshit. But as far as, I mean, obviously, I think I would love to do sort of animation and voice acting stuff. I always had a dream it was like always a dream of mine, and who knows, maybe it'll happen one day. I can manifest it into reality. But basically I always thought it'd be cool to, like, run an animation studio where kind of like, maybe not necessarily like Funimation exactly, but just a place where just I'm in charge of figuring out who's, you know, what the story is going to be written about, you know, what, like, organizing, you know, all the different aspects to it, like voice acting and music and direction and all that kind of stuff. I don't know, I mean, it'd probably be stressful as fuck, but I just think it'd be such a proud thing to sort of, like, have, what's that one, like, Studio Ghibli type situation. I just thought that would be really, really cool. Really, really cool. What unfolded outside? Oh, yeah. Okay. Ugh. I was in floods of tears by that point, knowing full well that it was all my fault. And by the time I saw my mum pull that fire, fucking, this grammar in this is so weird. And by the time my mom, god damn it, by the time my mom saw the fire alarm, broke the glass, and the thing, okay. And by the time my mom saw the fire alarm, broke the glass, and the thing started blaring, I just lost it entirely. What unfolded was a night sat outside, watching as a crew of firemen tried to put out what remained of our apartment building. I had completely ruined Christmas for, like, a bunch of different families, and to this day, I can remember how soul-crushingly terrible that felt. I mean, that's after the prospect of me literally almost... I mean, that's after the prospect of me having literally killed people had passed, and wait, this guy, wait, what the fuck? Did he actually accidentally kill people with the fire? Or that was after the prospect, okay, that would suck. That'd be the worst thing ever as a kid. You're like, there's a thing, and everybody's dead. You killed everybody in there. I mean, that's after the prospect of me having possibly literally killed people. What the fuck? I mean, that's after the prospect of me having possibly literally killed people had passed, and until the firefighters could assure my mom that everyone in the apartment building, pets included, had been safely evacuated, and I was just in bits. I thought the punishment for my silly little decorating attempt would be somewhere between a lifetime cherry aid ban and life in prison. I'd ruined Christmas for Christ's sake, and sure, there was no greater sin than that. But no punishment came. We just moved into a hotel for a few days, went to a relative's place for Christmas dinner as we planned to, then in the new year, my parents got looking for a new place for us to live. Then here's where the weird silver lining comes in. This was back at a time when the property ladder wasn't a complete and utter mess, and my parents actually bought their flat as an investment to later buy a house, hence why they were so skint at first. Now, unbeknownst to my mom and my dad, Now, unbeknownst to my mom, my dad had been paying into a little home insurance fund, him being the bigger worrier of the two. Then when it came to collecting on the money, both of them agreed to just tell the investigator that it had been a faulty set of Christmas lights, since the flat had been gutted by the fire, and there was plenty of melted plastic around the tree itself. The claims adjuster was told by the fire service that it probably was just an electrical fault. Alright. A casual bit of insurance fraud was committed. Why do you think I'd been sparse on geographical details? But the point being, the insurance company paid out big, allowing my parents to get onto the property ladder to buy the house that I'd spent the rest of my childhood and teenage years in. I only got all the details of this years later for obvious reasons, but you can probably imagine my amusement at how one of the scariest moments of my childhood ended up being nothing short of a blessing in disguise. That doesn't stop how it affected me, though, and to this day, just the sight of an open fire is enough to cause the memories of that Christmas to come flooding back. The year when utter disaster turned out to be something of a miracle. But what about all those other fucking families that didn't take insurance out? Maybe they didn't lose everything, I don't know. It's a miracle that everyone else got screwed. Also, wouldn't they, I don't know, who knows how long ago it was, but I feel like they would have been able to, I don't know. Mr. Nuggets with the 2 says, thank you so much. You have helped me through a lot with the vids. Thank you, Mr. Nuggets. You are welcome. I'm glad I could. And Joe Cordova with the 5 says, hey Joel, would you ever consider doing voice acting for a YouTube show? Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I just feel like I haven't, made my presence known, as far as, letting voice acting areas know that I'm, open for business. My cheeks are spread, you know what I mean? It just, since I don't really have a resume per se, other than just saying, here's my YouTube channel, it's just, but I do need to, that would be a good starter, you know what I mean? Getting on those projects. Joel, you're gonna make my dreams come true and play video games with me. Oh my god. Was that a command? Was that a command, soldier? Some of these stories are just so fascinating, it's hard to believe. No, for sure, yeah, some of them are freaking out there. But kind of experiencing with you guys too, they kind of blow my mind. currently wearing the Let's Read hoodie. I love it so much. It's so comfortable. Coming soon to a theater near you. His cheeks are spread, the origin story. How did these cheeks get so spread so far apart? Find out in part 2 of Gaped. And by cheeks, I'm talking about my chubby, rosy red cheeks that loves to eat cookies. This dude's already a stud. He got 900k subs. Appreciate where you're at, Brett. No, yeah, for sure. For sure. It's a good point. It's a good point. But in counter to that, I don't think it's a bad thing to always, because every day I'm very thankful for you guys. I wake up and I'm like, thank you, God, for another day. Thank you for all of this. You know what I mean? And, I try my best to stay humble. I really do. I really do try to stay humble. But that's not to say that, continue to keep your aspirations for other things, especially those things that would interest you, I think is a good thing to kind of keep open as well. Jark. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Jarik. I think it's Jarik. With a $10 Reno says, always listen to your podcast. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good news. Yeah, if anybody didn't hear this, 2022 podcasts are switching over to weekly uploads rather than every other week. So that is going to be sick. Integrated Moose with the 5 says, your live streams help me get through my work day. Thank you. You're welcome. I hope you're having a good work. And I hope there's a nice person at work that you enjoy talking to, and you guys can high five once in a while. Anyways, here's Wonderwall. How do you say it? I'm sorry. Is it Jarik? Or Jarek? Is it Jarek? I feel like Jarek sounds right in my head, but I'm scrolling through. I don't see. I'm wondering if the no one says it right ever means that I got it right. Because I would be stoked if I got it right. This married teacher at my job flirts with me constantly. A married teacher? Wait. Sorry, I don't know why that processing in my head sounded weird. Skirt TV Skirtivro with the 3 wilderness/camping compilation soon. Love those. Yeah, there's a I had to make a playlist that there was so many. Oh, Derek with a J. Hell yeah, let's go. I think I kind of got it right, Jarek. I'm a god at reading names. Except I don't think I've gotten Althea right. I just keep spelling it the same way. Isn't it Althea? Because I listened to that song from the Grateful Dead that has your name in it, and I think it's more like a pause, like Althea, and not really Althea. It's like Althea. I'll see you later. How do you record your videos? So I have a microphone. I have 2 microphones in front of me right now. One has a memory stick in it that I record the audio into. It's called an H4N Pro. It's kind of like a field recorder, but I used to have it on stereo, so it kind of gave it that ASMR vibe. But now I have it set to mono because I would get so, I don't know, I felt like the balancing was kind of weird, and then I found out you could set it to mono, and it still sounded pretty much the same, but just balanced like right from the hardware aspect, so that was pretty dope. And then I have another mic here called an AKG C214 that connects. It's an analog mic that connects to a UAC2 Zoom interface that turns it into. Well, see what it does. It turns it into cum, and then it goes into your ears. Or no, not cum. Sorry, I meant digital audio. Sorry, yeah. Balls in the stream. What up, homie G? Are you at work? Okay, I left for a board meeting and I'm back. How many stories left? Let's see. Christmas Miracle. Oh yeah, the fucking. Oh dude, we're only halfway done. Well, that's not a big deal. I just sure do hope that I'm able to fall asleep for my bedtime. One unicorn with the 5. Eating chicken. Let's go. Let's go. Chicken. Amber with the 2 says, love your voice. Will you say happy birthday, Martin? Happy birthday, Martin. Happy birthday, Martin. I'm gonna kill you with laughter. I'm gonna kill you. Your name is pronounced Anahi. Anahi. Oh, okay, not Anahi. Okay. Anahi. Yeah. Please do correct me if I get them incorrect, because I'd like to say them appropriately. No, it's okay. My bedtime is like loosely closer to midnight. But like, it just feels so fucking good. I'm telling you, dude. Falling asleep between like 10, 11, midnight, and just getting like a full ass night's sleep. Oh, dude, last night was fucking weird. I honestly wake up at like 3 a.m. all the fucking time. And like on the fucking dot. And the house doesn't even, I don't want to say anything. I just realized I'm actually in the house. But like, it doesn't feel too weird, you know what I mean? But like, last night I fucking woke up, right? At that time, and I swear to God, I was making food earlier, but I didn't think it was the same shit, you know what I mean? And I didn't think how like when you're around a smell for a while, you get used to it. I wouldn't imagine like waking up from a sleep reactivates or like resets your sniffer, you know what I mean, in your nose, and but like, yeah, I woke up at like 3 a.m. and I smelled like food cooking, and I'm like, what the fuck? Maybe not necessarily food cooking, but it definitely smelled like cooked food. And I was like, and I just convinced myself it was the food that I cooked earlier, which is most likely the case. But I don't know, for some reason it felt weird, it felt like I shouldn't be smelling food at that time, at the witching hour. Yes. What team do I rep for the NFL? I can't tell you because you just said that you have no reason to hate me, and if I tell you what team I like, I know that you'll hate me, because that's what people do with NFL teams, and I can't say it. I mean, I could say it. I mean, who gives a shit, right? But I don't want to make enemies where enemies need not be made. One unicorn with a 5. Thanks again. Says, what helps you relax? I guess, like Xanax, no, I'm just kidding. Well, what do I do again? Relax. I guess I'm always kind of relaxed, you know what I mean? Bro, say it's Steelers. No, I'm not I don't like the Steelers. I think they need to get rid of Big Ben. I think his time has come and passed. I get so weirded out about like I don't get it. Why does the NFL take so fucking long to like retire these quarterbacks? Like, these quarterbacks get to have like 10, 20 year fucking careers. Not all of them, and granted they are like, if there's someone like Tom Brady and they can keep producing, you might as well keep him. Like there's no reason. But it's just like, why wouldn't it be cheaper to just go like train up another rookie or something like that, or like go find somebody else who like got released from a team? I gotta be a cow. Shut up. I don't know. Sometimes I just feel like they get these like, maybe it's their leadership. Like maybe I don't understand the quarterback position, but like keeping them around for so long, maybe it's just the leadership. Maybe because they technically are the leaders, so you have to like, I don't know, have somebody in there that just knows how to like be a general out there. Because the NFL is faked and rigged, it's all ritual. What do you mean it's all ritual? Tom Brady's like 45. How impressive is that though? All he does is like drink his green juice and kiss his son, and he just lives for fucking ever, dude. Yeah, the Packers, I mean, Aaron Rodgers too, I don't know. It's weird though, because like people always say like he's gonna be in the Hall of Fame one day, and it's like, and I hear about that, and I'm like, kind of been watching that player forever. I'm like, really? He gets to be in the Hall of Fame? Now, granted, he's been producing numbers for so long, but it's like, that's bullshit. Now, I kind of feel like Tom Brady deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. I'm not sure if I feel like Aaron Rodgers deserves to be in the fucking Hall of Fame, but I know for a fact that they're probably already so fucking ready to just put everybody in the Hall of Fame. Put me in the fucking Hall of Fame because I went to a football game once or something. Tom Brady is an asshole. Is he an asshole? He doesn't seem, what is he? Well, the one video, I remember, I left a funny, it got some decent likes on the video, but it was just like Tom Brady doing a round table discussion with like other players. And I don't know why, but like Tom Brady just kept saying the F word over and over again. He's like, and then I'm fucking saying that I don't give a fuck. Like he kept saying like I don't know, it was like he was trying to impress all the younger players there by saying swear words, and they thought it was hilarious, which it would be really funny to see Tom Brady just like cussing up a storm. But he just seemed like this weird abnormal creature. And then I left a comment that was kind of like, I don't know if you guys see it, one of my favorite shows, literally the only show that I watched like multiple times, like in a long time, since I was like a kid. I used to watch shows as a kid like over and over again, but like it's called I Think You Should Leave. It's on Netflix. It's so fucking funny with Tim Robinson. So fucking funny. I mean, granted it's like poop humor, but it's like next level poop humor. And yeah, like, so I left a comment that was like, all right, Tom, this is the adult show, and you can say whatever the heck you want. Because it was like, you should look. Also, if you want to catch a glimpse of the show, go on YouTube, which congratulations, you're already there, and look up Ghost Tour. I Think You Should Leave. It's, oh my god, I just lose my fucking shit. That show's so fucking funny, dude. One Unicorn, thank you for the 5 again. Thank you. Very generous. And Amber, HHHH Pro Bono producer, has become a member of the Buttersock cult. Think these fuckers ever come out of the wall? Oh, I know, dude. I Think You Should Leave is such a, oh my god, it's like, it's the only show. It's the only show. Oh, Bad Vibes, what's up, dude? It's the only show that I can watch like multiple times with friends and just laugh over and over again. And I imagine over time it would probably like start to dampen. But man, dude, like that guy is fucking funny as fuck. God dang. You got Champions Lounge tickets to the Bucks game. Let me know if you want to go. That's dope. Dude, I honestly watching the Bucks play, I love watching NFL highlights. It's just like one of my guilty pleasures whenever I'm just chilling, eating food or something. I go on NFL YouTube channel and just watch every team's fucking highlights and games. And I don't know, it's just like fascinating to me because I love watching like Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald, right? Or Aaron Darnold. No, yeah, Aaron Donald. Just because he's a freak of nature, you know what I mean? Like, he is so strong, like, so outrageously strong, and so, like, and he's also kind of undersized for his position at, like, D tackle, but he's still just, like, a freak. And he has, like, this, like, he's so strong that he has, like, this fucking tackling technique that I find so impressive, where sometimes if he gets a hold of you, he's able to just, like, do a fucking, like, karate taekwondo maneuver where he just like rotates and is able to just like, you know, sweep the leg and fucking throw them on the floor without him actually tackling them. It's just, and he does it all the time. Like, if he gets a hold of you, you're just done. And he's just a ball of muscle. Like, it's so fucking impressive. Because imagine that, dude. Imagine being a D tackle in the NFL and you're ripped as a D tackle. Like, that's weird to me, dude. But I love it. I think it's amazing. One unicorn with the 5 says, what makes you happiest? I just like laughing. Laughing is like one of my favorite things. Laughing's my favorite. But it's just like my favorite fucking, I just like laughing with friends. I just like laughing. I like making people laugh. Man, so fucking fun to do, you know. And it's like, that's the best. Kiss me. Nichelle with the 5 says, not going to lie, you've always said my name correctly from the beginning, and that's hard to come by for me. Name stress serious out here. It looks like Michelle, you know what I mean, with an N. So Joel's an Eagles fan. I am astoundingly not an Eagles fan. Let me just clarify that. I am not an Eagles fan. Eagles fans are bad people. They are not good people. They are the most danger. Like, you know, you see Raiders fans and they got like the armor like Mad Max or some shit and they look intimidating. Eagles fans, if you're in Philly and you have just arbitrarily, since the Eagles are part of the NFC East, if you had a Cowboys sticker on your car or like some sort of like memorabilia in your car's window, your window is getting shattered. Like, there's no, like, on a game day in Philly, your window is getting shattered and tires probably slashed or something stupid, because Eagles fans are insane. They are crazy people. When they won the Super Bowl, they rioted. Like, they didn't treat their community nicely. They destroyed it because they won the Super Bowl. I don't know, dude. It's a different breed of Eagles fans, man. They're just nutball. I'm not a Rams fan, but I just appreciate good players. Like, I love watching Derrick Henry just get a head of steam, be 6'4", 240 pounds, running a 4-2-3, and just absolutely like stiff arm someone into the dirt, you know what I mean, and then just break away. Like, that shit is, and then he just is so humble about it. He's like, yeah, you know, that's what I do. That's how I was built. You know, it's so fucking sweet. And, you know, what the fuck? Was it Will Fournette? I forget. Yeah, there's so many just like freak athletes, and I just enjoy them. I mean, like, they put so much effort and time into becoming insane at footy ball. Also, one of my favorite players, well, I guess this is Rams too, but I mean, it's just unrelated to Rams. But one of my favorite players is Cooper Kupp. If you guys are familiar with Cooper Kupp, like, he is like the only like, he's insane production on the field as far as like wide receivers go, crazy route running, and like, he's the only player you know, because a lot of the times, like, there's this sort of back and forth between wide receivers and, like, defensive backs and safeties and stuff where they talk a lot of shit to each other, which, you know, it's like you got to get in their head, whatever, you know, and it's just part of the natural process. Cooper Kupp doesn't do that. He just fucking performs, and say he burned you on a play, he's not going to talk shit in your face. You know what I mean? He literally is the only player I see. He goes up to the guy that he just destroyed, you know, and like helps him up, you know, like takes his hand and helps him up and is like, you know, good try or whatever, you know. But like Cooper Kupp is a fucking like tactician when it comes to route running and, you know, just being that secure guy. So I don't know. I just impressed with that kind of thing. There's a lot of rookies also as far as quarterback in the league now that are doing pretty well too, or at least young guys. Kupp is just part of the machine. What machine? Oh, with McVay. Okay, yeah. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. I also love dodgeball, the actual game. Man, I that was fun back in the day, playing dodgeball and gym stuff. I think the thing is, like, Eagles fans, like, I don't know, they just get too drunk. You know what I mean? Or so, I don't even know. It's just, it's essentially kind of like that, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia type, like, mentality, you know what I mean? Where you're just abrasive, you know? What was that one fucking video? It's a Eagles fan talking to a Viking fan, like a Vikings fan, older woman, and he's like, "Go Birds! Go Birds!" And she's like trying to talk over him. He's like, "Go Birds!" And it's just so fucking stupid. But like, I swear to God, everyone from like the Jersey, Philly, New York area, like their voice is just like permanently fucking like strained and burnt out because of a combination of excessive drinking and screaming at sports. That's just, sooner or later they're going to develop some sort of like evolutionary trait where their children just have like naturally raspy voices. Pradeep, what is up, buddy? He's rubbing his face all up in my grill. Go Birds! D is a bird. This is true. Maybe he was cheering for her. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's so fucking funny, dude. It's such a good show. I haven't watched it in forever, but I assume it's still good. Giants or Eagles? I definitely would be on the side of the Giants, but mainly just because of, you know, like I said about Eagles fans, and then also like the Giants have Saquon Barkley, who is just such an impressive running back overall, like one of the best, I think, in my mind, like as far as what he could potentially do if he wasn't on a dog shit team like the freaking Giants. Which is sad because he's such a positive guy. You can see him, like, he really wants his team to do well, and obviously everybody wants their team to do well, but he never like places blame on anybody. He's never like selfish and says just get me the ball or anything. But he's incredibly strong, incredibly quick, has like the most insane like breakaway speed I've ever seen. I mean, he's pretty much like, what is he, like a modern Barry Sanders, but like 20 pounds heavier, you know what I mean, kind of thing. It's just unfortunate. He suffered from injuries, which, you know, is tough, obviously. Hopefully he gets that figured out. But at the same time, it's like the average, like, you know, lifespan of a running back in the NFL is what, like 6 years or something like that, depending. And like, he's just, I don't know. I just feel like, are they really just gonna like let him rot away in fucking New York, like good, like with Daniel Jones, you know what I mean? Like, nothing against Daniel Jones, but Daniel Jones just comes off to me as like an unprepared kid, and they just keep giving him opportunities to figure something out. Now, granted, that whole establishment over in the Giants it needs to figure their shit out. But at the same time, I'm just like, well, you need some attitude, and I feel like Daniel Jones still seems like they just like found a college quarterback who was a sophomore and was like, hey, let's see how he does. He just doesn't seem like he has like a lot of leadership, you know what I mean, in his attitude, and I feel like you just need that. Yay, sports ball. All right, I'll get back to reading. Enough of my bullshit. Also, yeah, I was kind of hoping that the Patriots would suck this year, but they don't, of course. Bill Belichick finds a way. Daniel Jones is trash. Just say it. Well, you know what's stupid too? Not to harken back to this, but it's like everyone was on like Eli Manning's Wang forever, and it's just like, sure, he had one fluke season where he won the Super Bowl years and years ago, but like he pretty much floundered out, you know, for the remainder of his career. And honestly, it didn't seem like he gave a shit about the team at all. No leadership at all. No energy. You know what I mean? Like, you look at someone like Peyton, his older brethren, and, you know, I feel like Peyton may come off as like a dick sometimes, but you kind of need to be in that position, you know? And I feel like that's, you know, they do the whole like Eli and Peyton sort of back and forth on Monday Night Football stuff, which is funny, but at the same time, like, I just feel like Eli kind of just kept getting by because of his brother's name. That's not to say that he wasn't capable of performing, but I just, you know, to me, I'm just like, dude, just like they hang on to these quarterbacks for so long. It's like, bro, just move on, switch up the team, you know? You love the passion. Yeah. The passion. They make millions even if they don't play. Yeah, I always thought it'd be sick. It'd be sick to be like a third string quarterback where you just chill and hang that, like you have like a headset and like a clipboard and you're like, I'm never getting in, but I get a ring. Also, it's really weird. I haven't been paying attention. Last thing, and maybe you can fill me in on this, but I haven't been paying attention much to the Seahawks this season at all. And I'm just curious. I'm like, you got Russell Wilson. You got who's that huge receiver? Metcalf. Yeah, sorry, Metcalf. You got Metcalf. Metcalf's kind of a dick and kind of like way too cocky. You know what I mean? Like he can be, but it's just like at the same time he kind of gives off that like Terrell Owens vibe, you know what I mean? Where you just like if you get too cocky in the NFL, people don't even want you on their team, you know what I mean? Then you get like thrown around and you're like Odell Beckham where you can't really like find a home, you know what I mean? Which, you know, he did and is now performing, but it's like, I just feel like a lot of those people like need an attitude check. What was that one dude? What was that one running back for the Steelers? He was really good. He was like such a patient running back and would always like find a seam. But then he like held out on a contract, and then just didn't play in the league for like a while. Oh yeah, Le'Veon Bell. You remember Le'Veon Bell? Like Le'Veon like held out on his contract. And granted, he was like really unique runner in the fact that like he always would sometimes like patiently wait for a hole to develop and then just accelerate at a incredible pace that he just like was always able to produce. But like I just don't understand. Like he held out, and I don't know if he's in a bad position now. I haven't been paying attention, but I just kind of feel like, bro, I guess you got to look out for you and yours and make your money or whatever like that. But it's just you don't really see that too often, like people like holding out to where they just don't play. Like that's weird to me, and I feel like disrespectful to like other players and to your team, you know. But granted, most of those people come out of there with like concussions and shit, and it's like it's a rough life anyways, pretty cutthroat, nomadically going around. The weather with Pradeep. Pradeep says the weather is kind of scratchy. Kind of scratchy. Oh. Okay. Back when I was a kid, me and all my brothers and sisters would sleep in the basement on Christmas Eve to give Santa Claus read our parents, enough space to arrange all of the presents under the Christmas tree. That sounded not great. Back when I was a kid, me and all my brothers and sisters would sleep in the basement on Christmas Eve to give Santa, i.e. our parents, enough space to arrange all of the presents under the Christmas tree. One night, I remember noticing that there was a lot of noise coming from outside on the street, but we couldn't see anything because there was snow covering the what? Egress? What the fuck is egress? Human layer email? It means going. Oh, I'll just say Windows. I don't know what the fuck an egress is. But we couldn't see anything because there was no snow covering the window. There was snow. Fuck me, dude. But we couldn't see or anything because there was snow covering the windows. Suddenly, our mom came downstairs and told us not to come upstairs and Sorry, I'm like fucking psyched out. Just gotta pat Pradeep's butt for a little while. He's just like raising it in the air. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. Can you send me a Christmas present? Yeah, send me something. Send me a Wally Pop. Suddenly, our mom came downstairs and told us to... Dude, I don't... us not to... why am I struggling so bad? Suddenly, our mom came downstairs and told us not to come upstairs until she told us. Not long after, we heard sirens and saw police lights reflecting in the snow. But this was kind of a rough neighborhood, so it wasn't like a few emergency vehicles were going to make our ears prick up. There was a lot of commotion that we couldn't see, but we were so excited that it was Christmas Eve that we just didn't pay it any mind. Then, the next thing we know, my dad is walking down the stairs followed by none other than Santa Claus himself. We all just freaked out. I heard you had to line up for hours at the mall if you wanted to meet Santa. Then there he was, making a guest appearance at my house on Christmas Eve, his busiest time, which was definitely a high compliment indeed. We all said hi, ran up and gave him hugs, before Santa told us that his sleigh crashed in the snow outside. He was waiting for the police to show up so they could get him back in the skies again, and while they were working to get him unstuck, he had decided to come visit a few of us neighborhood kids to see how our Christmases were going. He also had a huge surprise for us. He had a present for each of us, and we were allowed to open them early. We opened them up, sang a few Christmas songs, and then when we were done, Santa said goodbye and went back to delivering toys. And it wasn't until years later that I found out what really happened that night. Santa hadn't crashed in the street outside. In reality, there had been a huge gang fight outside of our house involving knives and baseball bats. 3 people had lost their lives that night, which the EMTs being unable... Go lay down. Go. Get. Skedaddle. Scoot. Skrmambla. Go. Get. He's just like obsessed with me right now. It's kind of rough. Just like will not stop smushing into everything. Okay. Are you guys flirting in chat? What the fuck's going on? This is getting dangerous. Guys, this is not the DMs. You can't slide into me here. Matchmaking. This ain't Tinder, bruh. Okay, it wasn't until years later that I found out what really happened that night. Three people had lost. Oh, yeah, that's right. 3 people had lost their lives that night, which the EMTs were unable to save a single one of them. In the chaos that followed, an older guy from our church who happened to live down the road figured my parents might be struggling to help keep us calm with all the violence outside. So, not knowing that we were blissfully ignorant of it, he put on his Santa suit and came over once the police arrived. Santa was a hero to me as a child, but I now know that it was a kindly neighbor that was the real hero, and stuff like that is what Christmas is all about.
Christmas? We talking about Christmas?
This is a committed relationship.
You talking about Christmas? Who here celebrate Christmas?
Okay. This one was Santa. This one is number 7. Who else was high while listening to Joel? To Joel? Which do you prefer, octopus work or Squid Game? Damn. It's a toughie. It's a twoffy. I haven't... Oh, no, I did. I did watch Squid Game. Yeah. I can marry you. Well... Do you take... Wait, who was it again? Oh, yeah. Do you take Astrochild to be your lawfully wedded chat significant other? All right. Dude, I read so many fucking stories. Holy shit. I mean, it's fine. But damn, I read a lot of them. It's just like so many. Just like so many stories. Okay. When I was a kid, I witnessed a neighbor murder. Okay, Jesus Christ. Right out the gate. Somebody's dead. When I was a kid, I was... When I was a kid, I witnessed a neighbor murder his wife on Christmas Eve. I was still at that age where I actually believed in Santa, so when my mom and dad put me to bed, I stayed up and stared out the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of him landing on the rooftops in our neighborhood. It didn't take long before I realized that I could see into my neighbor's bedroom. It was dark, and all I could see was the shape of a sleeping person, covered in a duvet, lit up by the light of a nearby TV. Not exactly Skinamax, I'm sure you'll agree, so I didn't feel too guilty about it, and I kept on looking out for Santa's magic sleigh. Suddenly, there was movement in the bedroom across the way, and I looked in time to see my neighbor walking in on his sleeping wife. I tried to pry my attention away from the bedroom as he moved towards the bed, but then it quickly draws back when I see fast
Son of a bitch. Jesus Christ. I can't read for shit. What do you guys think?
What was it? He was a good-looking, intelligent serial killer who pretended to be a professional photographer who murdered at least 5 people and possibly up to 130 people. What? That's a big gap. You're telling me that he got away with 125 murders? Did he write a how-to book? No, I'm just kidding. Thanks, shady taxpayer. It's a great name. I just had to pay a random tax today that I got in the mail. I mean, normal taxes on top of it, but this one was just so stupid. It was like some local bullshit came out of nowhere. Just some this is for tea. It was a tea tax. And what I decided to do was go raid their ships and throw it all overboard. Oh my fucking god. Okay. In the low light, it looked like my neighbor was. Okay, what the fuck? Okay. I try to pry my attention away from the bedroom as he moves towards the bed, but then it quickly But it's quickly. What the fucking shit? What the fucking shit? What the fucking shit is it bullshit? I try to pry my attention away from the bedroom as he moves towards the bed, but then it's quickly drawn back when I see fast. Okay. I know, I'm still streaming. Jeez Louise. I try to pry my attention away from the bedroom as he moved towards the bed, but then it's quickly drawn back when I see fast, violent movements in the light of the TV. In the low light, it just looked like my neighbor was hitting his wife. And I know that's bad enough, but all I could see were these downward moving blows and nothing else. So as distressed as I was, all I told my mom and dad when I ran downstairs was like, I think the neighbor's beating up the neighbor mom. My dad just bolts upstairs, figuring I'd seen something from my bedroom window. He went up to check it out, but by that time, someone had drawn the curtains. My dad asked me if I hadn't just had a bad dream, but I swore to him that I'd been awake and on the lookout for Santa. I then repeated everything I'd seen in exact detail, and by that time, Mom was listening too. When I finished, Dad and Mom gave each other a look. You know, one of those mom and dad concerned looks that's like an entire conversation within a silent word spoken. Then, my dad kneels down and asks me something. Buddy, are you sure that's what you saw? Because we could get in a lot of trouble if that's not true. But again, I'm not totally insistent that I saw what I saw. And I didn't find out what happened immediately after that until quite a while later. But as I was actually drifting off to sleep, Mom and Dad were downstairs having a very tense but quiet conversation. Dad, to his eternal shame, was insisting that I couldn't be sure, that the room had been dark, and that I might have even seen them possibly doing something that I shouldn't have, and just not understood what I was seeing. Mom, on the other hand, was steadfast in her better safe than sorry attitude, and told my dad that if he didn't call the cops, she'd take me to my aunt's place because she wouldn't be celebrating Christmas next to a wife-beating neighbor. And that was that. My dad called the cops. He said he was praying it was some kind of mistake, but given how he could just give an anonymous tip, he figured, why not? My parents then watched from their own bedroom window, which had a view of the neighbor's driveway, as the cops pulled up outside and knocked on their door. They said it was this nail-biting moment, hoping they'd hear the sound of the neighbor's wife answering the door before being, oh, good evening. Sorry, that was... Althea with the 5. Thank you for the 5. Thank you. If you didn't play golf in high school, you'd probably be a crackhead. I mean, dude, if I didn't play football, I know that I would still just eat ice cream, drink soda, and play video games. Now, I eat ice cream, drink soda, and play video games, but I also work out, you know, because it's like building a whole nother addiction, you know what I mean? It's building, obviously you're aware of certain health things, you know what I mean? You're aware of, like, you know, healthy habits and all that kind of stuff, but you also understand that, like, working out is this thing that gives you satisfaction. Like, it might be hard in the moment, but, like, you're almost addicted to doing it because once you do it, you just, like, feel better. And it's sort of, like, in many ways, at least keeps your life and your diet a little bit balanced whenever you have those times when you're kind of just pigging out, you know what I mean? You want to change your picture? I don't know how you do it. I think you have to do it on your Google profile or your email or some shit like that. Oh, God, winter's so dry. I hate winter. Like, it's so gross. It's so dry and... Oh, I'm jealous of Florida. Should I? Maybe I should move down to Florida. You guys want to move down to Florida with me? Just seems better. Aside from all the alligators and meth heads, like, it honestly just seems nice. Mary Johns with the 2 says, "Hey there, how are you, sir? Love your content." Thank you, Mary. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. I'm just grooving and cruising. Got that humidifier going. I got a dehumidifier, not a humidifier. Wait, I thought I had it. Did I have one at one point? Maybe. I don't fucking know, dude. The 28th of this month, last year of my 20s, baby. Let's go. Make it count. I want to be Florida man. This is very true. You lived there for a year, moved back to Vermont. Yeah, what was your experience like? No, I mean, granted, I know that, like, Florida, well, not Florida in general, but just moving is very hard, especially if you don't have the same social circles, you know what I mean? So, I mean, to be honest, though, when I went down there, my friends do live in a cool area, but for the most part, it's like you leave that little neighborhood, and it just becomes, like, one long strip mall, you know what I mean? And, it's just, it's not pretty, you know, or at least the Highway 19 that I was on. It was kind of dangerous. People doing, like, wheelies on motorcycles, and another guy was, like, clearly high on something, just, like, passing out while driving, like, drifting around and shit. Because we passed him. It was, like, fucked up, dude. It was weird. It was hilarious, but thankfully we got by. Jess Finch with the 5 says, "Move to Georgia." Maybe. I guess Georgia has, like, what is it, Cartoon Network headquarters, or isn't there, like, a bunch of voice acting stuff in Georgia? We on that grind, Georgia, all the time, Georgia. It's very different, exactly. It was an endless strip of suburbia where I lived. Yeah, and it's weird because it's, like, all flat too, you know what I mean? So it's, like, a long, but it's, like, such a weird highway because it's not really like a highway. It's just, like, a main road, but a main road that goes on forever. Somewhere with seasons. This is true too. Seasons are pretty nice and relaxing, and the bugs are dead. There's not as many bugs. I mean, even though today it was kind of warm here, but there normally are not many bugs, and I'm not a huge fan of bugs. I don't dislike them, but I definitely don't like the ones in Florida. Shark attack should be a sport. What's shark attack? Seafood on the side. This is true. I can just go to Red Lobster. No, I know it's not fresh. Shotguns in traffic. True. Okay. But instead of that, they watched the cop. Wait. Oh, yeah. They said it was this nail-biting moment, hoping they'd hear the sound of the neighbor's wife answering the door before being all, "Oh, good evening, officers. What seems to be the problem?" That way, they could just carry on drinking eggnog and watching Jesus Christ Superstar or whatever they had on down there. But instead of that, they watched the cops knock, then knock again, all before they apparently turned on their flashlights and began circling the home. What woke me up was hearing, "Sir, come out with your hands up," and all this other cop speak when the police finally... Shit. So bad at... What woke me up was hearing, "Sir, come out with your hands up," and all this other cop speak when the police finally Fuck, why can't I get... I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Finally blocked off. Okay, there we go. I made so many mistakes today. And all this other cop speak when the police finally blocked off the guy's house for the eventual standoff that would unfold. Our neighbor had a gun, and he was threatening to shoot at police officers if they attempted to enter his home. The next thing I remember, my mom is rushing into my room and telling me to get dressed. The cops had knocked at our house and told us that they were evacuating the area just as a precaution in case a shootout had commenced. Our house had that old stucco style of wall, which is apparently pretty safe, but even so, the cops weren't taking any chances. Considering that we lived in Texas at the time, the guy could have had anything in there. My parents say that when they were driving out of the area, the whole street lit up by blue and red flashing lights. They had no idea what kind of scene that they were going to come back to. This wasn't all that long after the whole Waco thing either. Well, a few years after, but fear of some repeat shootout type deal weighed on everyone's mind as news of the standoff got around town. And it ended pretty anticlimactically. The guy actually took his own life as the police were finally busting into his house. But upstairs they found the dead body of his wife, still lying in her bed, exactly where I'd seen her, stabbed more than 30 times. I hadn't been watching the guy hitting his wife. I've been watching him stab her over and over again, and all I'd done for a couple of the seconds there was just watch. Once all the info was out there, Mom and Dad tried as best they could to shield me from it because they correctly figured that once I put two and two together and worked out what I'd seen, I'd be extremely messed up by it. And yeah, I really was. Seeing it screwed me up for a long time afterward, and I didn't grow up out of the general anxiety disorder until my early 20s. I just figured that if our neighbor could do something so terrible to someone he seemed to love, then anyone could do it. People I'd known for years, people I was otherwise warm to, they could be capable of the obscenest acts of random evil. Just because they looked normal, just because they smiled when they saw you in the driveway in the mornings, didn't mean they were a monster, hiding in plain sight. Do. Dun. Oh no, you can't put your social media in here. It blocks it and all that stuff, so you have to... I sound like a trumpet. Sorry, okay. Got this next one lined up here, related to EMS, I guess. And Christmas. It's Christmas time. Matthew with the 10 says, thanks for always reading me to sleep. I suffer from insomnia and every little sound will keep me up. However, when I listen to you, I'm able to sleep peacefully and I don't wake up. Really? That's so cool. Excuse me. I don't know. People say that a lot, but I just, like, every time I hear it, I'm like, that's fucking sweet, man. Sleep is, like, so important. It's important for your body to repair. It's important for your immune system. It's important, well, you know, it's important for your health. It's important for your mental health. It's important for everything. It's literally like just your body resetting itself as best it can, you know what I mean? And I'm glad that I can allow you to enter into that world of REM sleep. Also, Robin says he just sent a thumbnail. Let me go look at it. Holy shit, that's awesome. It's scary winter stories, and it's so you can look forward to those. It's like a Frosty the Snowman, but he's got, like, instead of carrot, or what does he have for teeth before? Like black stones or something, or coal. Yeah, he's got like blood sinews. That's pretty amazing. If he's in chat, thank you, Robin. Thank you. California. Come join us in the great state of Texas. We'll leave the light on for you. Thank you. I thought about it. Texas seems pretty neat. It's just tough. It's like, I'm 31. You know, my family's here. Like, all of it. All of my family's here. I've got some family in Ohio, but not much, you know. Got friends in Florida, but, you know, it's not somebody that, like, you know, it's not like having your immediate family there. And I got a ton of my old friends here too, you know what I mean? It's just like making the move somewhere. If I was really motivated, I could see it happen, you know what I mean? What games does Joel play? Sadly, I play Overwatch. Oh, you know, you guys know that about me. But I don't know, making those moves and those changes, like, as time goes on, I'm just like, it almost feels like people, like, aren't supposed to be away from their family, or like people aren't supposed to be away from those things that they developed for so long, you know. Rihanna with the 5 says, scary winter stories that will chill you to the bone. Damn. Bam, I'm a creative genius. That is the next title. You may have just struck gold with that one. Chill you to the bone.
Hey, listen.
I don't know. I've noticed a few people within the narration community are starting to use those types of, like, clickbaity titles, and I thought that was funny. I mean, I think I copied Chill's, you know, when it comes to those titles, because his were like things that, like, mama your Mia, like, or scary videos that'll mama your Mia, and I think that's so fucking funny. Aaron Wilson with the 2 says, will you be my YouTube daddy? Doink daddy. Kitty cat, hello. All right. Yeah, did they make any changes to their power grid situation after dealing with that craziness? 3 days without power. That'd be fucking, or maybe more. I don't remember exactly. Okay. I used to work EMS, and a coworker turned good buddy of mine was working dispatch for a call we got on Christmas. I arrived on the scene later, so I never got to interact with the victim in question, but my buddy did describe the 911 call to me afterward. Initially, me and my crew were just supposed to be backup for a gunshot wound at some farm about 20 to 30 minutes outside of town. Gunshots run a whole spectrum of seriousness, and some can be nothing but flesh wounds that the victim basically refuses to have treatment. Other times, they can be way, way worse, and this was one of those times. The whole thing turned out to be a father who recently lost both his parents within a month, and didn't want his family to suffer through the sense of loss either, so completely illogically, the guy decided to take his life. So, completely illogically, the guy decided to kill his family to spare them the same fate. The psycho killed his wife, her mother, and their 2 kids. Later found out that the 911 call we got was from a 13-year-old daughter who had been shot in the head but is still alive and conscious enough to make the call. The call was about 30 minutes long, and apparently the father was in the same room as her and the rest of the recently murdered family members. She was sitting on her bed with a bullet in her head, just saying in the most monotone voice ever, "I've been shot. My family is dead. My dad has a gun." Just in so much shock that she couldn't express any emotion. Any emotion. Pradeep's just climbing through files. I have like a filing cabinet, he's just climbing through all of them. Fuck. You could, fucking shit. Just in so much shock that she couldn't express any emotion. You could hear long pauses of silence as the dispatcher tried to get an idea of the situation and how the daughter and dad were just staring at each other down. What the fuck, man? You could hear long pauses of silence as the dispatcher tried to get an idea of the situation and how the daughter and dad were just staring at each other. Staring. Penis. Panus. And how the daughter and dad were just staring each other down for 5 minutes at a time with nothing but breathing to be heard and the daughter answering the dispatcher's questions. About 30 minutes go by of my buddy, the dispatcher, going, "Are you alright? He's still there? He still has the gun?" He just gets monotone responses back. You can hear the sound of sirens in the background and the father leaves the room, followed by a gunshot. The dad took his own life and died right as we were pulling up. She ended up living but had lost every single member of her family that week. And personally, I have no idea what happened after that. Joel, does your soothing voice ever put you to sleep? Sometimes I think all of this is just one big dream that I'm still passed out from listening to a Let's Read video, and I get to be Let's Read. It's my turn to be Let's Read. And I like to rip his clothes up. No, I'm just kidding. Oh my god, I'm fucking tired and hungry. Spinal Markle. Oh, Ghost Adventures is the best paranormal show. Changed my mind. Is it really though? Is it really though? Do it really be that though? The best paranormal show? I don't know, cause like, well, you know what? I can't say that I even know what Ghost Adventures is completely. I just know that one time when we went to Florida, the one time, and there was pretty much like a Ghost Adventure style show marathon that was on. It was between that and this other really cool show where they made like blades, and the blades they would cut into like pigs and stuff to see how strong they could make the blade and see if it, you know, would cut. And then the guy would do cuts in like slow motion and stuff, and then he would say, "It killed," or "Yes, it kills. It kills." He would say it like that. It was really funny. And like but then when we watched the Ghost Hunter show and stuff, pretty much all of the ghost stuff was like really boring, and like none of the stuff that you would see about the ghost, like none of it was real at all. It was just like super just like played up and stupid. So I don't even know if it was real or if it was, like, there might have been some ghosts, and I guess I was okay, so I was under my covers a little bit while my parents were watching it, but you know, that was okay. All right, maybe I pissed myself. I don't know. But no, I don't know. Like those ghost shows, I just want more. I want to see a fucking ghost, bro. I want to see a fucking ghost. I'll just go, if I want to see some fucking like actual ghost content, I'm gonna go watch Slapped Ham or some of the Chills ghosty videos. Like I feel like at least those, you're like, what the fuck? But with Ghost Hunter, you're like, oh, they heard like a fart from their own butt, and they caught it on like one of the fucking readers, the EMP. Oh, we're getting something on the stinky reader.
Hey, listen.
Oh, it's just my butt fart. Okay, I gotta say this right. Anna E, yeah, with just the no H, right? With the 2 says be right back, unsubscribing. Okay, see you soon. See you soon. Ghost Adventures used to be good. Mind CTV is where it's at. Okay, Mind CTV. I don't think I've heard of that. Robin, you love Ghost. Is it good? Well, that's the thing. Is like I don't remember any of the ghost shows ever being like really like. Do they find anything, or do they just like say like, oh my god, I hear something. Did you guys hear that? Kitty, go lay down. Please lay somewhere else. End scene. What do I think about the Bigfoot? I'll tell you about that Bigfoot. That goddamn Bigfoot came up and stole entire field trips box lunches, about 36 box lunches. Son of a bitch. He's hungry though. If he's hungry, I'll let him eat. But goddamn, that's a lot of box lunches and them kids that got stolen and shit and took out in the woods and just ate it all. I mean, he probably ate it with the whole packaging and everything, man. Yeah, over dramatic. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. A Haunting was decent, was it? Purple Bigfoot. Now, Purple Bigfoot is real as the sun sets and rises in the horizon. Purple Bigfoot is out there, I'll tell you what. We watch it religiously, but also can confirm there was a moment where a sound was indeed just a fart. Good. I remember I produced that episode. It was just before Christmas of 2005, 3 weeks shy of my 50th birthday. I went to the gym, rode there and back on my bicycle, and unfortunately found myself struggling a bit in a drizzle and headwind on the way home. Got home, wife leaves for the movies with her sister, and my post-workout meal consists of snacking on some leftover chicken. But right as I'm stuffing my face, I noticed this dull, unusual pain in my chest. It felt like indigestion, and since I suddenly wasn't hungry anymore, I figured that's exactly what it was. Yet within a few minutes, the pain got more intense and spread through my upper chest, and I know enough from movies and TV shows that when your left arm goes numb and you get those sharp chest pains, you're in a lot of trouble. First, I called 911. After that, I called my wife. EMTs were at my house in a few moments, and they got me on the sofa and began working on me. I began to feel very tired, like I wanted to close my eyes and sleep, but the EMT kept telling me to stay awake. I closed my eyes for what I thought was a moment. I just couldn't help it. And the next thing I know, I was on the floor, and an EMT was kneeling alongside me with the defib paddles in his hands. I had flatlined due to my heart working too fast, and I later learned was down to a 90% blockage in my artery. This happened at least 3 more times at the hospital before I was stable enough to have a cardiologist get me in an OR and insert a stent. Apparently, they called that the Widowmaker or something, as only like 1 in 10 men of my age group survive it. So, the fact that I'm still here is apparently nothing short of a miracle. I spent the next 3 days lying in a hospital bed, and after I was sent home, I spent another 2 weeks recovering at in my own bed. It's so funny. I like slightly move, and if Pradeep's in the wily mood, he'll just sprint. He'll just think I'm coming for him and just sprint away. Scary show recommendations? Yeah, what does everyone recommend for spooky shows? If Bigfoot exists, then we are seeing in the kids or some heritage beast. What? There is no way Bigfoot is thousands of years old. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe he's like 500 years old. Maybe. The Bigfoot, I've seen him. Oh, Kevin Smith had the same heart attack. Oh, no way, dude. Yeah, poor guy. How old was Kevin Smith? Man, that's the weird thing, too, is just like getting to that age where you're like, fuck. When is something abrupt and random, some weird health thing just gonna like hit me out of nowhere and be like, all right, you're kind of dead for a little bit. All right, I spent the next 3 days lying in a hospital bed, and after I was sent home, I spent another 2 weeks recovering in my own bed, followed by almost 3 months of cardiac physical therapy. I've recovered well and am pretty healthy 64-year-old today. I take a number of maintenance meds, and I fought hard to keep my weight down and eat correctly. But I suppose what I really want to say here is that I don't recall going down before being shocked back. It's like you don't know what's happening. When I came to, it was like waking up from a deep nap. But it's the nearest to death I've ever been, and although I don't wish to get that close again, there came a sense of peacefulness that I just wasn't expecting. And ironically, that's what creeps me out the most. Watch History Channel, they have very scary videos about aliens. Okay. I was like, wait, what did that have to do with Christmas? But then I remembered it says at the top, just before Christmas, I had a heart attack. Which, yeah, shit's scary. Kevin Smith is 51. Yeah, man, that's just, I don't know, like, sorry. Just crazy, It's just crazy. It's like, you gotta figure your shit out. You gotta, like, eat well. Or get, I don't know, like, your health checked up on. You know what I mean? What about the legendary Man Bear Peg? Man Bear Peg is very, very super serial, and I would appreciate it if you took it very serial like I do. I'm super duper serial, guys. Alright, last story. Round about 5 minutes after being stabbed for the first time, I felt a fear that I'd never what the fuck? Man, all these are so, like, heavy. Not too heavy. Lay down. Go lay down. He just falls over. Shh. Shush. No. Pradeep follows commands now. He can do flips. Serially good impression. What was Al Gore doing here? It was around, oh yeah. Around about 5 minutes after being stabbed for the first time, I felt a fear that I'd never experienced before or since. It was around the holidays, Christmas to be specific, and I was just walking back to my apartment, minding my own business, when some guy comes up, yells at me, and punches me in the face. I'm taken aback a little, not exactly in a fighting position. I just looked up, confused, where he then punched me again, sending my glasses flying off my face. That's when I realized it wasn't some random hit 'em and run thing that had... That's when I realized that it wasn't some random hit and run type thing that was being filmed for Vine or whatever. And as I went to get up again, got punched yet again, making me fall back from the force of it. Nothing hurt, like I wasn't in any pain at all, so once I got into a position where I could defend myself, I told him to... Do I stand the whole time? I do, yeah. It's better for me though, because if I sit, I get like really, really tight hips and tight booty. You know, I don't know. It just all my muscles and my like hips and back and hamstrings get really tight, so it's just better for me to stand. Jesus Christ. Pradeep's got the fucking zoomies, bro. He's just like up there knocking shit around. Pissed that I'm not giving him endless attention. Moments later. Oh. Nothing hurt, like I wasn't in any pain at all, so once I got into a position where I could defend myself, I told him to stick it where the sun don't shine before I just knocked him out. Something like that. And he looked at me completely stunned and left. Moments later, I hear a cry, and it turns out to be the girl in the apartment above me. She sees me, rushes over and screams at the guy as he's walking away, and she then tries dragging me inside, but I refused. They told me I got stabbed. I tried explaining to him that I was just punched, and it was probably just where the guy's first had impacted against my cheekbone, splitting. They told me I got stabbed, and I tried explaining to them that I was just punched and that it was probably just where the guy's fist had impacted against my cheekbone, splitting it open. Right then, I put my hand to my chin because it felt all cold. I pulled it back to find it covered in blood, way more than I'd expected from just a busted cheek. But still, I was convinced I wasn't stabbed. They had to make me look in a mirror where I would then see my entire cheek was ripped open. Yup, almost the entire right side of my cheek is just completely sliced. Sounds painful, right? Well, you'd be surprised because luckily, he tore my nerves, and in combination with the adrenaline, I felt nothing at all. But then, someone was looking at my glasses and the situation looked like it had the best outcome. The part that covers my temple was barely hanging on because he tried to stab me in the temple first, and then when that didn't work out, he went for the eye, which had a huge deep scratch in front of it from where the lens saved my eye. That's definitely the closest I've ever come to serious injury or death, and I ended up moving away from New York City not long after. Boston is crazy, sure, but it's so much calmer than NYC. At least, no one's stabbed me in the face yet here. Wait, what the fuck did this have to do with Christmas? Oh, it was around the holiday. Okay. Right. Boston is crazy, sure, but it's so much calmer than NYC. At least, no one's stabbed me in the face here. Yet. That's terrifying. Stabbed in the fucking face. Ew, dude. You just think about that. Like, there could be any random crazy person just like, walk, and just like, I have a shiv. Here it comes to your face. Fucking weird. Anyways, that's the last story of the evening. And we finally get to 500 people. I don't really get that about the streams. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't really get why, like, as the stream goes on, does the number increase? You know, that's like so consistent, at least like statistically from where I observe it. It's almost as if though you're being like gifted more viewers as the stream goes on, like it notifies more people as time goes on. But in my mind, wouldn't you as YouTube want to maximize the number of people that come into a stream overall? You know what I mean? Like, to maximize the number of viewers so that, like, from a business standpoint, I feel like it would make the most sense. But I don't fucking know. I'm just a lowly poop. Swirling around in a porcelain bowl. Alright, what was our outro script? Okay, somebody think of something funny to say at the end here. Would ya? Would ya? Could ya? Please? Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r/Let'sReadOfficial, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks offered for the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations and save huge on data, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. Links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. Make trumpet noise at the end. Make trumpet noise. Suck the eggs out of Grandpa Joe's socks, you picklehead. Will with the 25s. Thanks for another great live stream. I think everyone here enjoys your narrations and banter. Also, your impressions are awesome. You have talent. Thanks, Will. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. And I appreciate your 25. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Althea with the 2 says, love you, Joe. Love you too. Have a good night. Oh yeah, I got it. And remember, water is wet. And so am I. Stay dangerous. You can deck these halls anytime you like. And remember, you can deck the halls. I don't know. What do you got? What suggestions? Banana cart farts? Okay.
Hey, listen.
Save huge on data. Like what a baby would say. Keep gooping. I'm begging. There's 2 pronunciations to data. Data. Don't matter. You can milk anything if you try hard enough. Can you milk? I got nipples, Greg. Can you milk me? You may be the poop swirling in the bowl, but I'm the skid that's entirely stuck on the side where the water doesn't hit for years and years, and it becomes solidified. Remember, stay hungry. What if half the viewers leave, then return, inflating the number? Well, that's the thing is, like, I think, like, overall, I think the number of people that have passed through the night is actually, okay, if we've been going 4 hours, you know what? It's kind of, it's actually very similar to the number of people that have been notified for new videos from what I recall, because I think if we had been going for like 4 hours, usually that's about like 8,000 views on a YouTube video approximately. So if I look at the views for this afterwards, it'll probably say something close to that. And it's a little bit different than normal videos, but I just think that, like, for live streams, like, the YouTube notification system should work very similar to Twitch's, where, like, with Twitch, it's like, and they're like in your head, you know what I mean? They like buzz your phone, they like email you, they let you know if you're on the site already that so and so has gone live, because they want you to go and spend your time at that person that you enjoy, you know what I mean? And like if you follow them or whatever. And I just figure that would make the most sense business wise to like maximize the most number of people on a particular live stream. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like YouTube, I mean, it's obviously I'm very thankful for it, but there's just like a part of me that feels like it's like lacking like leadership or like direction, you know what I mean, as far as like competing with other platforms. And I don't know, it's almost as if though it's such a mystery to even the people that are running it sometimes. Yes, be sure to leave milk and, oh, that's a good one. Be sure to leave milk and cookies out for me. I'll do that, yeah. Thanks so much, friends. And remember to be sure to leave cookies out for me. That sounded creepy enough, yeah. But YouTube does email and notify you too. Well, yeah, it just seems like kind of like sporadic. I don't know. It's whatever. I think I'm just expecting maybe too much, you know? I'm just expecting. And remember, Santa always checks his list twice. Anybody who's bad is getting their throat slit. JK. So Twitch is like a woof? Yeah, pretty much. You get a fucking fax whenever someone goes live on Twitch. Sorry. Choked on spit. But thanks, guys, for everything, for your generosity, for your support, for always being here for me. Sorry, I got shit in my throat still. But yeah, if anybody has become a member or wants just, you know, more content, or you're a supporter over on Patreon as well, the new ghost stories, paranormal stories video is up on the members only bonus content playlist, so be sure to check that out. I guess we're up to 3 videos now, so there's a new one every month for that. Can you dual stream Twitch and YouTube? Well, once you become partnered on Twitch, they don't want you streaming anywhere else. So I was like, fuck it, dude. I just do my thing here. You know, I see other people do stream on Twitch, but I can imagine. I remember one time, like, well, granted, it was like years ago, and I had only announced it on Twitter, but I got like 1 viewer on Twitch, and it was very disheartening. At least here I have like some viewers, which is nice. Well, obviously a lot of viewers, you guys. Members only boner content. If anybody wants to see that boner. But yeah, good night, guys. Sleep tight. This will be edited and up early access on Patreon. That's only $1 a month over there for that. Otherwise, follow me on Twitter, Instagram. Twitter's at Let's Read Creepy. Instagram's at Let's Read.official. TikTok is up and running, and that is at Let's Read _podcast. I have the worst fucking names, dude. They're just so long. Let's Read _podcast_ pickle dickle smickle. Just way too long. Hard to remember. Way too long. Hard to remember. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly what else to say other than wubba lubba dub dub and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Thank you guys. And I don't know if I have any other announcements really or anything. Oh yeah, like I said, yeah, the podcast will be updating to weekly, so that's cool and all that good stuff. And yeah, I'm just rambling at this point, but love you guys. Have a delightful evening. Sleep tight. Good luck with finals if you got them, or work, or wherever you're at. Making pancakes, if that's what you do. Those are pretty good. Let me have one. Adios. Muchachos and muchachettes.